Okay, I have almost absolutely no idea what we're about to head into, but we're about to head into something. Chaos Head Noah Part 1. Little nervous, if I'm being honest. Just the content warning alone had a whole paragraph. Oh, and we've even got one in game. Okay, so yeah, this game's apparently maybe a little hardcore. I've only heard about it in context to um, Steins Gate. Apparently, it's part of the same universe or something. Chaos Head Noah. If you are God and the delusion becomes reality, about what kind of the noise do you get? Is it the sensual world, the despotic society, the destructive sanctions, or... Okay, let's double check the config. We are on full screen. I have no idea what delusion trigger cancel skip means. Show tip, yes, please show tips. We are English. I don't know what change costume means. Okay. Don't skip unread, thank you. There is voice appearing, voice sync, voice skip. Yeah, we're not skipping the voices. Okay, so it is voice, that's nice to see. I don't have a controller, so I don't know about this, but okay. Okay. Let's find out what we're getting into here.
視線が空から降ってくる。その瞳はいつも僕を見つめていて、眼差しは熱くて真っ黒な雨雲を突き抜けて、雨のように僕へと降り注ぐ。僕を見るな。雨の冷たさより、背中を預けている瓦礫の冷たさのせいで、さっきから体の震えが止まらない。ひどく寒い。突き刺さってくる誰のものかもわからない天からの視線。それから逃げるように、僕はわずかに首を持ち上げて周囲を見回す。そこにあるのは崩壊した街。そこにあるのは絶望。そこにあるのは死。そこにあるのは無。誰もいない。誰も動いていない。誰も生きていない。聞こえるのはただ降り続ける雨の音だけ。このまま全てを、生きているものも死んでいるものも、全てを優しく包み込んで洗い流してしまうんだろうか。全部の出来事が単なる妄想だったらよかったんだけど、どうやらそうでもないらしい。体が動かない。動かせるのはかろうじて首と瞳だけ。体が震えているけど、そんなのただの生理現象でしかない。僕の意志じゃない。僕は身を震わせたいなんて思ってない。僕の自由にならないなら、こんなの僕の体じゃない。あるいは、生まれた時から僕は自由なんかじゃなかったかもしれない。心の保管してある場所なんて誰にもわからないんだ。 それなのに、一体誰がこの体の中に僕の心があるって言い切れるんだ。でも、だったら僕はどこにいたんだろう。僕はここにいるのかな。僕はどこにもいないのかな。すべてが静止している壊れてしまった世界に、ふと死の雨以外の音が響く。無の中から浮かび上がってくるたった一つの言う。君は誰？その肌が青白く見えるのは雨の冷たさに凍えているから？それとも君がもう死んでいるから？でも彼女は震えていなかった。そして前髪で隠れそうになっているその瞳は僕を見るな。ひどく悲しそうにも見える。狂気じみているようにも見える。何も映していないようにも見える。もしも世界には僕と彼女の二人だけしかいなくて、こうしてお互いだけを永遠に見つめ合っていたら、僕の世界は彼女の瞳に映るものだけになるのかな。彼女の世界は僕の瞳に映るものだけになるのかな。彼女の瞳に映るものは僕。僕の瞳に映るものは彼女。そう考えると、世界は途端に矮小化する。
ね
不意に僕の耳に届くとても綺麗なノイズ。彼女はうなだれて両手を左右に広げる。まるであの雨雲の上へ向けて飛び立とうとするかのように、あるいはこの雨すべてを受け止めようとするかのように。
あなたを見つめ
うなだれた彼女の表情は僕の位置からも伺い知ることができない。雨の薄膜の向こうで君はどんな顔をしている？
殺してあげる。
天使、乱舞する光の羽は僕を祝福しているのか、それとも、ああ、そうか。理解したよ。それで僕を殺してくれるんだね。ゆっくりと倒れている僕の前に彼女が膝をつく。いまだに彼女はうなだれたまま。僕の頭をそっと抱えてくる。僕を見てくれないことに僕はほっとしてただ身を委ねた。耳元でささやき、綺麗なノイズ。でもよく聞こえない。暖かくて柔らかくて優しくて甘美な感触。それは麻酔のようで、不思議なことに体の震えがゆっくりと収まっていく。彼女のかすかな鼻息が 僕の頬をくすぐる。とても甘い匂い。ふと胸に圧迫感を覚えた。彼女の持っていた大きな剣が僕の胸の皮膚を裂き、肉をえぐり、骨の間を縫い、ゆっくりと体の中に沈み込んできている。でも彼女のキスという麻酔にかけられて、もう痛みを感じない。こんなにも優しく殺してくれるから、不意に切なくなって、涙が溢れそうになって、それをごまかすために、彼女の頭越しに雨を落とし続けている鈍色の空を見上げた。空が滲んでいるのは、雨のせい、涙のせい。もう、あの視線も感じない。もう、何もない。薄れゆく意識の中で、僕は空へと手を伸ばす。誰か、教えて。僕たちのあの空は、どこへ行ったんだろう。
その確率は天文学的植えた蒸気が忍び寄る傷を求めてさまよう波長がリンクをたどり交差す空さえも見えぬ白昼の夢にはわずかの痛みさえなく乱雑に並ぶデタラメのシナリオその景色がめくるめく読み込まれた静かにカオスに飲み込まれバイアスが乱れゆく僕が作り出した快楽の場所命の定義さえ不正に上書きするこのような手口で引き継ぎ笑う
Am I supposed to click? I think I'm supposed to click. You can't see a gaze. Well, that was certainly an intro. Okay, yeah, I'm supposed to click. Cool. It can see you, but you can't see it. It's weird. For as long as I could remember, I had often felt a gaze staring at me from somewhere. I would turn around and nobody would be there, but I would be sure somebody was looking at me. I could feel this sensation like something crawling on my neck. Was I just too self-conscious? Did I have some kind of phobia about being looked at? Up until elementary school, I honestly believe that was God. God is watching me, I would say. I wrote an essay about something like that. Of course, looking back, I realized how silly it was. I was the biggest Chew Knee dork. We got a tip called Chew Knee. No, I don't want to close the game. Okay, here we go. Right click does it apparently. Tips list. Chew Knee, number 15. A word used to describe the slightly strange behavior seen in adolescent middle school syndrome. Right. Also used to describe people who are no longer adolescents but who still behave like adolescents. A Chunni might make antisocial or nihilistic statements or engage in activities that seem to blur the line between fantasy and reality, or they may act in grown-up ways despite being a child. The Chunni themselves may think they look very cool, but from an adult perspective they look ridiculous. The word itself comes from the Japanese for second year of middle school, the age when this behavior is thought to be most prevalent. If somebody were to ever read that essay, I would be so embarrassed. I would never leave my house again. I still remember the thing's title. Whose eyes are those? Oh, that was a little disorienting if I'm being honest. The back of the chair I was resting in made a creaking sound, like the voice of an old woman.
僕を見るな。
I whispered those words as I looked up at the ceiling, feeling sick and annoyed. Of course, no one responded. This was my room. I lived alone. Nobody was here but me. Just for the hell of it, I turned around. The room was longer than it was wide, and it was a little dark. The only light in the room came from my computer's desk light. There were no windows, so of course it was dark. Since I had no way of looking outside, I had no way of knowing if it was night or day. I turned toward a corner of the dark room and spoke to no one in particular.
僕の名前は西条匠。17歳。水明学園2年。と言っても学校にはほとんど行ってないけど。まあそれでも勉強はできる方だよ。定期テストはちゃんと受けてる。しかもそれなりに上位の点数を取ってるからね。頭はいいんだ。
Of course, nothing happened when I said this. Nobody appeared out of the darkness. The dark space just existed, silently. But darkness stimulates the mind, makes it see delusions. Not being able to see whatever's there makes it an unknown. You know in your head what's possible. Somewhere inside your heart, you imagine terrible things lurking within the darkness. Whenever a scary delusion popped into my head, my mind always ran away with it. I kept talking to try and shake it out of my mind.
僕は現在アウェイじゃなかった。渋谷で一人暮らしをしてる。この紅会館ビルは父さんの経営するビル会社の管理下にあるんだけど、その屋上に設置されたコンテナハウスを格安で借りてるんだ。
I'm not sure that's considered a house, but okay.
街の環境は最悪。 僕が住んでる新船長は小さな坂が多いから疲れるし、すぐ近くにラブホ街もあるし。ここが秋葉なら最高だったのに。ほんと渋谷ってひどい街だ。円数で言うとディーンズバレーくらいひどい。
ESO. Are they talking about Elder Scrolls Online? I don't know it well enough to know if there's a Dean's Valley in Elder Scrolls Online. I just know it's a game and an MMORPG. Massively multiplayer online role-playing game. I think everybody here is familiar with that term. A game which allows a large number of players to participate in a single game world via a shared server, which we were playing just yesterday with Star Wars. ESO was the MMORPG that I had made my life's work. It's short for, okay, there we go, there's the explanation. It's short for Empire Sweeper Online. I spent almost all day and almost all night playing the game, passing my time in the world of Baselard. How based. Dean's Valley is an area in ESO with a lot of really aggravating monsters in it. They use all kinds of obnoxious stats. Oh, I fucking hate those kinds. I feel that so hard. They don't even drop decent items. Oh, that is gross. Anybody who grinds there is an idiot. Good players give up on it quickly and head to the next area, the Forest of Leaf. Obviously, I'm a good player.
というわけでドキュンと恋愛資本主義者が集まるこんな街は即刻滅ぶべきだね。
I don't know what a DQN is. That's a new one on me. Pronounced Dokyun, a thug, bully, or someone who's part of the dregs of society. Okay, so a thug or a bad person. A Yakuza.
でもこの部屋の住み心地はまあまあ我慢できるレベル。PC とネット環境は最高水準クラスが揃ってるからね。まあ学生にしては上等の基地じゃないかな。あ、だから僕はこの部屋のことをベースって呼んでる。
Of course, nothing in the room moved except for me. Talking to myself was starting to make me feel like an idiot, so I decided to stop introducing myself to whoever was watching me.
それにしても汚い部屋だな。
Yeah, it really is, and you don't really have enough room to be having that sort of mess, my friend. It's not that hard to stick something in a trash bag. It smelled moldy. The air was so stale and damp you could feel it on your skin. The floor was piled high with empty plastic drink bottles and trays left over from convenience store lunches. The bed was stacked high with H games. I always ended up having to sleep on the sofa.
片付けろよな。誰だよ散らかしっぱなしにしたのは。って僕か。
My creepy laugh kind of annoyed me, so I kicked the plastic bottle at my feet. It flew up almost high enough to hit my figure shelf. I screamed and leaned forward, using my own body to block it. I've got almost 100 wives, big sisters, and daughters, and I can't let them get hurt. They keep me going, so they're very important to me. I cleaned and organized the shelf once a week. It was the only cleaning I did. Every day I tried to find new angles and positions to make them look cuter. I didn't want my beloved daughters and sisters getting dusty, so I always made sure to clean them. I breathed a sigh of relief and tossed the bottle into a corner, then faced toward my PC. The PC sat in the far corner of my room. Next to the monitor was a figure from my favorite anime, BT, or Blood Toon, the animation. Sarah Tan, 1/8 scale, pre-awakening version. The main character in the fictional anime Blood Toon, Sarah Orgel. Her catchphrase is "dork," a very typical childhood friend tsundere style character. Has mysterious familiar named something. 17 years old. A second-year student at Ryusei Academy. She can use star power to transform into a magical girl. As a magical girl, she has a magic baton she calls a samurai condenser. This weapon is more aptly described as a massive metal club than a baton, and at times she'll use it for physical attacks, smacking people with it. Blood Toon was originally a manga and would later go on to be adapted to other media. The series consists of 26 episodes and is currently still airing. She smiled at me while posing cutely.
セーラー、かわいいよ、セーラー。
I whispered as Sarah Tan and I stared into each other's eyes for a minute. Then I gulped down the bottle of soda next to the computer. It was lukewarm, but that didn't bother me.
さてと、円すらないと。
I sank down into the chair and put my hands on the keyboard. Just the act of sitting at the computer was enough to calm me. My ESO character, Nightheart, was a paladin, already on his second reincarnation. A holy knight, one of the classes that a player can choose in ESO. The class has high defense, resistance to dark elemental attacks, and can use healing magic despite being a melee class. However, changing to this class requires meeting a specific set of difficult conditions. It's widely regarded as the strongest class in the game as of the current ESO patch. It's still considered new. I wonder how long these will be on the new thingy, because I've read them all. Looks like there are a lot of tips though. 111? Oh my, we better get used to this now, right, I guess. I hope that's a sign of how long this game is, because I genuinely don't have any idea. He was level 50, the max, of course. He was also the highest ranked player on any active server. Almost every player knew the name Lightning Fast Nightheart, and they all treated me like a god. Rare weapons, rare armor, rare magic. I had it all. I had 95% of all the rare items in the game. Not as many as I wanted, honestly. And I had more money points than I could ever use in a lifetime. RMT, or real money trading, was how I made money to use in the real world. I had enough to survive for 6 months without having to get a part-time job.
Moria said, "Good afternoon."
Good afternoon, Moria. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are having a fantastic existence. RMT, short for real money trading, the act of trading in-game items or currency for real money, such as in an MMORPG. Only possible in a game where system exists for players to exchange items. RMT can be rife with fraud and other issues, and the practice has a mixed reputation and can potentially get you banned from that MMORPG. I was a master of the chat tool. I used it for almost all of my communication. I had even saved a life on 8chan, a huge message board once. and I was always there whenever a festival was going down. Right, I had way more than 100 friends on FreePar. That's a social network. Social Networking Service, SNS, a community-oriented website sometimes requiring registration or an invitation from another user. Contains functions which makes it easier to talk to others online. Respect, trust. It was all right here. I didn't go to school. It wasn't that I didn't want to go, just there was no point. I did all my studying on the internet, and obviously you can do that at home. Of course, you needed to attend a certain number of classes to graduate, so I went just enough to get the bare minimum passing grade. This was the smartest way for a student to live. My parents were pretty obnoxious about this stuff. So I made myself a schedule for when I would go to school. According to the sheet, all I had to do was go to school 2.5 times a week. The people who went every day called me a creepy otaku, but if you asked me, I would tell you that they were morons for going just because someone told them they should. Kinda surprised otaku isn't a tip, but okay. Anyway, my life's here's not that bad. Oh crap. I got so distracted by that gaze, I forgot I was talking to Grim. What's wrong? You're not responding. Did you fall asleep? Hey, Nightheart. Falling asleep online. It's common for heavy internet users to fall asleep right in front of their keyboard and stop responding to messages. Grim was the screen name of a guy I always partied up with in ESO. A screen name, a name used by someone when they're online. I had never met him in real life, but we talked all the time online. He brought me a lot of valuable information. He was like my own personal informant, you could say. I sat down and began to type at the keyboard. Am I supposed to click or LOL, short for laughing out loud, a common phrase used online to indicate you find something funny. Okay, yeah, I was supposed to click, gotcha. Sorry, really? I didn't fall asleep, but I kinda spaced out. You must be really tired. You not sleeping enough? Doing hentai stuff with your girlfriend? All day, all night? I'm not into 3D girls. Grim and I would talk about all kinds of things. Since I couldn't see his face, it was easy to tell him anything. Of course, in the real world, that's not how it would go. So you're a 2D man then? H games? You are really in a hentai mood tonight, huh? You always have really perverted delusions though, right? You used to always talk about them. You really were into them. Something about doing naughty things with a girl in a school swimsuit. School swimsuit. Swimsuits worn by school children, particularly those worn during PE class during elementary school through high school. In otaku culture, the term is almost exclusively used to refer to the swimsuits worn by girls. These swimsuits come in a variety of types and colors. However, there is a great deal of debate about whether competition swimsuits can be categorized as school swimsuits, and the matter remains unsettled to this day. Was I? I don't really remember. Anyway, if that's what you want to talk about, let's discuss something near to my heart. School swimsuit and glasses. Oh, I'm supposed to say yes or no to this. Um, uh, okay, I'll go with yes. Default, the word meaning standard. In computer lingo, it refers to the initial settings of a program. From there, it came to mean normal or obvious in mid-2000s Japanese net parlance. A real school swimsuit has the girl's name written on the chest. Well, obviously, I mean that's part of the school swimsuit. That's how you know it's your swimsuit, not somebody else's. There's no such thing as a white school swimsuit. School swimsuits have to be dark blue. Um, no idea, but I'll just go with yes since I've been saying yes every single time so far. School swimsuit plus glasses is the default combination. The spot for the name on the chest is what makes it a school swimsuit. That's important, so don't forget it. It'll be on the test. And a school swimsuit has to be dark blue. Nothing else is acceptable. LOL, come on, man. You like glasses, girls? Smart girls are sexy. I will not hear anything else about that. Type, a person's preference or proclivity, used primarily to refer to the type of romantic partner they prefer or fetish they find compelling. If you find girls with glasses attractive, you may be the glasses type. Or if you prefer clumsy klutzes, you may be the klutzy girl type. The word type can be used to describe someone who fits this profile as well. So a girl with glasses can be a glasses type too. An older girl with a calm personality can be the easygoing older girl type, and a girl who appears young may be a lolly type. Swimsuit plus glasses. That's the thing. Normally you would take your glasses off if you were going swimming, right? And yet the girl doesn't. That's what really gets the delusions going. A complete and utter perv. That's our Nightheart. We fear him, but we love him. LOL. According to Freud, the power that causes urges. According to Jung, the energy that powers all our instincts. Calm down, man. I mean, maybe I did get a little excited. I tried to be the cool silent type. Cool. LOL. Don't laugh. Anyway, what were we talking about before I fell asleep? I mean, I'm sure it was ESO stuff. You forgot. Come on, man. We were talking about the murders in the 3D world. The murders in the 3D world. What was he talking about? Shogun entered the room. Hello, Shogun. Sup? I said, but Shogun didn't reply. Was this asshole ignoring me? I was trying to be friendly here. Didn't he know who I was? I was lightning fast Nightheart, damn it. This is supposed to be a no lurker channel anyway. Someone who simply reads a chat channel or message board without actually participating. Well, whatever. I decided to ignore him. That's the nice thing about the internet. You don't have to care about other people unless you want to. So what were we talking about at Grimm? The murders. I don't care about anything 3D. It's probably something stupid anyway, right? Yeah, I guess. But pretty shocking still. Shocking. Some kind of grisly serial killings or something. A lot of bad stuff have been happening lately. More Guro pictures? Oh, right. You can't handle Guro. I mean, I can handle it. No, I actually didn't want to see any of that stuff. But there were a lot of fakes and altered images going around lately. Trolls love to set all kinds of traps. You ended up seeing a lot of the stuff whether you wanted to or not.
まあ少しは目が慣れてきちゃってるのかも。
And to think you're the strongest paladin in Baselard. I don't PK though. PK meant player killing. Kinda weird we don't have a tip for that either, honestly, with some of the tips we've been getting. But okay. It's when you attack a stranger and steal their equipment or money points. Only DQNs did that. DQNs were thugs and losers, the lowest form of life. Chew, someone who acts or talks like a child. The chew comes from the word chugako, or middle school. I'm no chew. I don't do things that would make other people upset. I never violate ESO's rules. That's my policy. I did a shit ton of RMT though. So even he acknowledges that's against the rules, but yeah. Mochisuki. A mid-2000s internet phrase meaning cool it, from the Japanese ochisuke, meaning calm down. Yeah, you're the hero we all love and adore, Mochisuki. New generation. You know about it, right? New generation? What the hell was that? It wasn't something I already knew about, right? Grimm seemed to act like I was supposed to know about it. What's New Gen? The New Generation Madness. They call it New Gen online for short. It's the weird serial murders going on in Shibuya right now. It's all happening right near your house. Right, it was coming back to me. I only knew the basic outline. I hadn't really looked into it. I searched for New Gen, got a hit immediately.
この1ヶ月の間に渋谷で発生した2つの事件のことをニュージェネと呼ぶ。その犠牲者は胎児を含めて7人。1つ目の事件は友人同士5人による高層ビルからの集団ダイブ。2つ目の事件では男性の体内から胎児が出てきた。
The hell? Oh, hold up, what? Okay, the 5 friends jumping off the building, that's pretty messed up. Kinda weird. The hell?
これマジかよ。
I felt a cold chill run down my spine. I found myself turning around again, glancing around the dark room. Taboo. News had a lot of old articles about New Gen, so I quickly skimmed them. Supposedly, the whole internet was talking about it, calling it the new generation of madness. There were two incidents. One was a murder case that was so brutal that some TV stations weren't even willing to have their anchors describe it. The first one, the group dived off a skyscraper. There were rumors that it might have been a murder too. The parents, friends of the deceased all said they weren't the type to commit suicide. There was no sign of a motive. From a lot of other pieces of circumstantial evidence, it was supposedly impossible to believe that they were about to kill themselves. I took a quick look. Well, starting to shake and shiver. Shake and shiver, a phrase used by 2000s era Japanese otaku when feeling particularly terrified. Not really. Don't care. And then he sends a link for an image and tells us to look at this. I feel like I should put up a content warning real quick. What is it? Oh,
グ
okay.
リムのやつ、僕をバカにして楽しんでるな。
Is our guy actually going to click on this, and how much detail is it going to show? I know we had a whole lot of warnings about mature content, but we're not actually going to show a really detailed corpse, right? Grimm's enjoying making fun of me. He did this stuff sometimes. If I let him get me, I would lose my reputation as Nightheart. No matter what I was in the real world, in ESO I was a god, the strongest. I knew everything. I was stronger than everybody. I was a knight fighting for justice. Nobody was going to make fun of me. I worked up my courage and clicked on the URL. Okay, I see. What the hell was this picture? You got me. Who drew this? I whipped it up in 2 minutes just now. An emoji that depicts a person waving their hand. It can be used to say bye, but also to raise your hand in agreement. Most people pronounce it noshi after the reading of the Japanese letters used. You're our generation's Picasso. Anyway, that was fun, but I'm going to sleep. Japanese first-person pronouns. The Japanese language includes a shocking number of first-person pronouns, more than any other language in the world. The pronoun you use depends on your gender, age, personality, relationship to the speaker, and surrounding social context. Mid-2000s Japanese internet culture even had its own special pronoun, more, pronounced like more, like the eel. Okay, so more. Written with the kanji for leaking, which Takumi and Grimm would often use in online chats. Unfortunately, trying to replicate this in English results in a script that's frustrating and nigh unreadable, so it has been deliberately left out. Night. See you tomorrow in Baselard. Grimm left the room. Right, that Shogun guy was still here. I had totally forgotten about him. Not that he mattered. I wasn't feeling that tired, so I decided to do some grinding in ESO. Wait, today was the day Blood Toon aired. I didn't have a TV in my room. All I needed was a PC.
あと15分ぐらいか。その前にトイレでも行っておこうかな。
I looked at the figure of Saratan next to my monitor, grinned. I was going to get this here today. I couldn't wait. Just as I went to close the chat window, though.
あれ
Oh, an image? Shogun had typed something. Was this before people figured out how to put viruses on links? Because you should be careful about links right now. Some people post links and then there's like a virus actually attached to the link or something, I think. I'm not a programmer, so I don't know a whole lot, but
なんだよこいつ急に。
I thought he was a lurker chew. From the file type, it looked like a link to an image. Someone I didn't know, someone who had never even talked to me, was suddenly sending me a link. I gulped without even realizing I had done so. I didn't know why, but I felt a terrible premonition, one I had never felt with any interaction online before. Of course, I didn't want to click it. I glanced over at the clock. There were only 12 minutes left until my date with Saratan. I needed to wrap this up fast. Komei's trap, slang used by 2000s era Japanese otaku to refer to any type of clever trap. Komei is a Japanese name of Chinese strategist Zhu Lian, who is known for his brilliant stratagems. The term is often seen in hacked video games, particularly ones of extreme difficulty. What the heck kind of Komei's trap is this? The world changes if you click it. I tried to act like he wasn't scaring me. Honestly, I didn't even want to talk to this guy. He was making me nervous. I could feel myself sweating. Was this Shogun guy even Japanese? If he wasn't, there would be no way I could talk to him. Sorry for scaring you. He was talking normally. I felt a little relieved. It's cool, man. Why were you lurking? Did somebody tell you to lurk for 6 months before you could type? I was thinking. Where are you from? For some reason, there was a strange pause. Shibuya. The articles I had just read about the new generation instance came racing back into my mind. Just envisioning them in my mind was bad enough. If I had seen them in reality, I don't think I could have handled it. A man's stomach ripped open, the body of an unborn baby stuffed inside. When those 5 friends jumped off a building, they were probably just chunks of meat after they landed. Just imagining it made me want to vomit. I quickly shook my head to get the images out of my mind. This Shogun guy was just so shady. It was making me delusional when I didn't need to be. I wished he would just go away. I'm from Shibuya too. A lot of weird stuff's been happening here lately. It's not over. Shibuya, shake
な
and
んだこれ。
shiver. What the heck? Was this Shogun guy just crazy? I'm really smart. I had never seen that formula before. I decided to run a search for it. At times like these, it was great to have access to an internet connection.
あれヒットしないな。
Was this guy just trying to pretend to be smart, writing out some nonsense formula? It didn't make any sense. This formula has murdered the possibilities of the world. I have no idea what that means. Anyway, what was that link? Am I actually supposed to click on it? I thought you might be interested. If you notice the numbers changing, so that means there's multiple different, that means it's not the same link, it's multiple different images or something. It looks almost like they're in order, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it looks like almost a image um, cache or something. He typed in several URLs at blinding speed. What was this guy's deal? Was he just entertaining himself by trying to scare me? Was he a buddy of Grimm's and they were having fun with me? I felt the gaze again, looked around the room. Of course, there was nothing there but a filthy, dark room, the same as always. I felt a strange sense of terror. Feeling like you were constantly being watched kept you from ever truly relaxing.
僕を見るな。
When I said the words, I could tell my voice was shaking. My old, filthy room felt like something completely different now. They say that sometimes, after you watch a horror movie, TV show, hear a friend tell you a scary story, even a place you know well, like your own house, will start to seem strange and terrifying, and you'll be too scared to even go to the bathroom alone at night. Right now, I was experiencing something just like that.
くそ、釣られたりするもんか。
Shaking, I leaned toward the monitor and I suddenly felt my right hand index finger tense up as I clicked one of Shogun's links.
ちょ、
To be honest, I had no idea why I had done that. It wasn't like my hand moved on its own or anything like that. It was as if I had done it without thinking. That was the only way I could describe it. It felt like exactly the wrong thing to do, but still I found myself clicking it as if the motion was completely natural.
なんだよこれ。
I found myself staring at what seemed to be some kind of strange work of art. Something that looked like a porcupine or a pincushion, nailed to the wall in the shape of a cross. Beneath the porcupine, or pincushion, or whatever the hell it was, there was a pool of something red and black. There were also all these little piles of something that kind of looked like garbage. What the hell was this? The world of some self-proclaimed avant-garde artist? You know, one of those guys who would make something disgusting and then say, with a completely straight face, I wanted to give expression to the chaos of this world. I'm not interested in that modern art crap, guys. It was strange, though. It wasn't really a Guro image. It looked Guro-ish. That was as far as it went. So why? Why did it feel so real? Why did it feel like I was right there, watching it happen? Could a hallucination make you smell blood so intensely that you wanted to throw up? Could a hallucination smell so strong you wanted to vomit? I started to feel a pain in my temples. The urge to vomit wouldn't go away. I tried to grab the mouse. My hands were shaking too badly. My hand slipped off the desk, ended up grabbing the thing's cord instead. I moved it up the cord, put it back on top of the mouse pad, then closed the image. As I breathed a sigh of relief, I saw. Whose eyes are those? I don't know. Whose eyes are they? I glared at the minimum necessary school schedule I had created. I would never gotten to see Bloodtoon in real time last night. Of course I saw it when it was up to YouTube, so it didn't matter. Short for uploaded. I still didn't feel any better. The last thing Shogun had said before he had left. It was like he knew how scared I was of God's gaze. It couldn't possibly be a coincidence. I tried to think of how he might know. Had my personal info leaked? Was this somebody from ESO who was out to get to me? A godlike player like me had lots of friends, also lots of enemies. Well, most of those enemies were just haters, though. You know, guys who were jealous of Nightheart's strength and charisma. It was best to just ignore them, I had always found. No, that wasn't what was important now. Even after I logged into ESO, I couldn't stop wondering who he was, to the point where I couldn't even concentrate on my grinding. And to make matters worse, today was.
最悪の日だ。
It was, unfortunately, a day where I had to go to school. I didn't want to go, but if I didn't follow my schedule, it might come back to bite me later. I might even end up being held back.
眠いのに。
I did my best to stifle a yawn as I staggered down the road to school. At my walking speed, it would take about 10 minutes to get there. Once I started moving, I only felt worse. I felt exhausted. It was weirdly hard to breathe, and there was an awful sweat dripping from every pore in my body. This always happened whenever I went to school. Why did I have to go to school at all, when all it meant was suffering? I mumbled to myself as I stared down at the white lines on the asphalt, but I kept going. My route took me through Shoto Park. Once I was through the park, the school was right there. As I walked by a lake, I could see an older couple out for a morning walk, and a soury man sitting on a bench reading the sports section. For a park on the outskirts of a major downtown area like Shibuya, it was quiet. It was a perfect place to relax. I sat down on one of the benches. Every day I went to school, I would always sit here in the morning and eat my breakfast, surrounded by leaves that were gradually beginning to change color, and watch the placid surface of the lake. Breakfast was a pastry I bought at the local convenience store. This would keep me going until evening. I never ate lunch. Nobody wanted to eat with a creepy otaku like me, and I certainly didn't want to eat alone when everyone else was in a group. I washed down the cream-filled pastry with a can of soda and stared up at the sky. The sky above Shibuya was always kind of cloudy and never totally clear. This was true no matter what season it was. My family's home was just a few stops away from Shibuya by train. Something made it feel like a whole different world. Oddly enough, the gray sky didn't bother me. I didn't know why, but it didn't. I looked at my watch to check the chime. I needed to get going or I would be late. Being late was the one thing I absolutely couldn't do. If I wanted to only go to school 2.5 times a week, then I wanted to make sure I didn't stand out at all costs. I needed to be like the air we breathe, completely invisible. I needed to avoid the DQNs, the delinquents and thugs I hated more than anything, and teachers, and spend my day undisturbed in peace and quiet. That was my goal for my school life. Suimei Academy. That was the name of the school I attended. It wasn't a very old school. It had been built within the last 10 years. This meant the building was clean and new, and it was often used as a set for TV shows with a school theme. The uniforms had been designed by some famous designer, and a lot of the dumber girls had chosen the school specifically to wear them. It was, in theory, a college prep school, but the school's test scores were slightly above average at best. The school rules were really strict, but they were constantly telling prospective students about how much they respected student autonomy and independence. It was pretty funny how they tried to trick you. Well, I guess the rules really were there in name only. Nobody enforced them. So maybe they weren't trying to trick you after all. After all, even somebody like me, who only went to school 2.5 times a week, could still graduate. By the time I arrived at the school gate, there were enough students around me that was starting to get noisy. I don't like crowds, so I kept my head down as I walked through the gate. In my mind, I was repeating, "Please, nobody talk to me," over and over again. I had a sister a year younger than me who was also a student here. She would commute from home. Any day I ran into her was a disaster. Fortunately, I didn't see her today and made it safely to my classroom. I slunk into my seat without letting my eyes meet anybody else's. For a moment, I thought that some of the girls who were chatting near me looked my way, but it was just for an instant. They quickly returned to their conversation without saying a word. I knew they were all thinking that I was a weird, creepy loser. If you ask me, you 3D girls are way creepier than I am. If you find me creepy, just don't look at me. Just pretend I'm not here. Just do that. I'll live my life without bothering any of you. If you DQNs decide to keep calling me creepy all the time instead, that's your problem, not mine. That's what I always say. I just can't understand it. Maybe you want attention from the people you call creepy. Is that it? I stayed in my seat, staring down silently at the surface of my desk, trying not to move at all.
Yo, Taku.
Out of nowhere, somebody slapped me lightly on the back. I jerked and then looked up, annoyed.
お前、今日って学校来る日だっけ？みすみくん。
It was Daisuke Misumi, my classmate. He was standing there with a friendly smile on his face. He was handsome, and, supposedly, girls really liked him. He was also a self-proclaimed playboy who, according to him, was always dating several girls at once. From my perspective, he was a man who had completely given himself over to the DQN side. He wasn't somebody I wanted anything to do with, but
相変わらず暗い顔してんな。ゲームのやりすぎで寝不足か？別に。
he was the one person in class who always tried to talk to me. He and I had nothing in common, either in terms of personality or hobbies, but for some reason he was always trying to talk to me. It had been this way ever since we became classmates at the start of the year, and I had never managed to figure it out. If I was a girl, I could understand it. But why would he want to talk to a guy? Maybe he's targeting you as a potential experiment to see what's like with a guy. You don't know. Maybe.
引きこもりだからしゃあねえかもしんねえけどよ。もっとこうハキハキ答えろって。
If I could, I would. Just talking to a 3D person was suffering. I got so nervous my voice wouldn't even come out right. And since I wasn't used to talking, I would always stammer. I would get so scared of saying something stupid and being made fun of that I hated talking to anybody. You don't understand my pain. Don't tell me what to do. I'm not a hikikomori either. A hikikomori is somebody who never leaves their room 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. That's not who I am.
女相手に緊張するならともかく、そういう態度されると俺らホモと思われるじゃねえか。
Was he lying about dating those girls? He was actually into men? I pulled my body away from him, trying to put some distance between us. In doing so, I almost fell out of my chair, so I quickly grabbed onto my desk.
何してんだお前。
三角くんはホモなの？
なわけねえだろ。お前、俺の女好きを忘れたのか？
だよね。はあ、ビビった。
ちなみに
Misumi looked around to see who was nearby before suddenly lowering his voice. He gave me a mischievous grin.
昨日このクラスの女子で3人目を落とした。誰だか聞きたいか？
いいよ、別に。
だよ、もっと興味示せよ。田中だぜ、田中。
田中って誰？
お前、もうすぐ10月だってのに、未だに同じクラスのやつの顔を覚えてねえのか。ま、3次元に興味ないんじゃ、それも当然か。
He sighed and shrugged his shoulders. The one thing I could say for him was this. He had never insulted my hobby. That is, my love of 2D characters. He never called me creepy. It wasn't his thing, but he never said anything about it. In that respect, maybe he wasn't such a bad guy after all. Maybe that was why when he talked to me, I actually tried to talk back.
これでうちのクラスの可愛い女はほぼ攻略完了だ。そろそろ隣のクラスの守備範囲広げようかって思ってんだよ。
Maybe he was a bad guy after all. At least that's what the girls would think if they heard him.
D 組によ、めったに学校来ねえけど、すごくいい女がいるらしいんだよ。なんか、そういうの、燃えねえか。あ、お前の場合は燃えるんじゃなくて、燃えだっけか？
Don't use that word when you don't even know what it means.
ま、お前の興味ねえ話はそろそろやめるか。じゃあよ、ニュージェネの話知ってるだろ？
To be honest, I was really surprised to hear that from him. I thought he was only interested in chasing skirts. I couldn't imagine him looking at a newspaper or reading the news.
集団ダイブの事件さ。あれも噂によると殺人らしいぜ。
へえ。
マジだって書いてあったんだよ、スポトーに。
Wait, Sports Tokyo was his source? Who could believe a thing written in that paper? Source: a historical record, newspaper article, document that provides evidence of a fact. The internet is filled with lies and untruths, and offering a source is an important part of winning someone's trust. Anyway, I already knew that. Also, I didn't care.
で、聞いて驚け。その殺人鬼が女で、しかもかなり美人だって目撃証言があんだよ。
女。
As I looked at the excitement on Misumi's face, I finally understood it. So that's what compelled him to actually pick up a paper. It was a girl. It only made sense. I thought to myself. Wait, did that mean he was okay with dating a murderer as long as they were cute and as long as they don't try to murder you without getting some first? I could see myself going for that if it was a 2D girl, but Misumi was looking out the window and off into the distant sky. He looked like he was on the cusp of achieving some great enlightenment.
どんなやつなんだろうな、犯人って。本当に美人なのかな。会ってみて。
This was a man who made all his decisions with his little head. I was sure of this now.
俺だけは殺されねえ自信があんだよな。だってほら、俺ってかっこいいだろ。いくら連続殺人鬼でも、俺みたいないい男に会ったら、コロッと惚れちゃうぜ。
I don't know about that. If anything, you're more prone to being killed because you're a playboy, so. And then she wouldn't kill him, he thought. Man, talk about an optimist. I found myself feeling scared by how confident he looked.
僕は興味ないから。
でもよ、興味ないっつったって、犯人は絶対この辺うろうろしてんだぞ。どっかですれ違ってたりするかもしんねえし。
Maybe Misumi was the killer. No, that was probably impossible, but I couldn't rule out the possibility that the killer was somebody from this school. If that turned out to be the case, maybe I could come up with something about how I had gotten PTSD and be able to graduate without having to go to school. PTSD, Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder, the 1994 DSM-IV, the Diagnostic and Statistic Manual of Mental Disorders, defines PTSD as a psychological disorder that results from stress caused by trauma from an accident, disaster, crime, or similar experience. Mental instability, insomnia, confusion, memory problems, and similar issues lasting more than a month are required for a diagnosis of PTSD.
なあ、今日俺と一緒に殺人現場見に行かね。ここから歩いて行けんだってよ。まだ血とか残ってるらしいぞ。
I didn't feel interested in the slightest. My goal for today was to get through my classes without any trouble, go home to Seiratan, and then go back inside the world where I was a god.
もう小橋と長谷川は見に行ったって言ってたしよ。
本当に興味ないんだ。
I hated to disappoint Misumi when he was so excited, but I had no intention of going. I opened my mouth to squeak out some excuse, but he wasn't listening. What's going on with the screen right now? What's going on with the screen right now? Hmm.
そしたら犯人とばったり会っちゃったりしてな。犯人は犯行現場に戻ってくるってよく言うだろ。んで、次はタクがターゲットにされるんだ。死をもって罪を償えみたいな。罪状はそうだな。 引きこもってたからってことで。
I'm
僕
not
は
sure
引
what's
きこ
up
も
with
りじゃ。
that screen. I'm not a hikikomori. I tried to protest, but I worried that he might hate me or try to bully me and just gulp down my words. I bit my lip and looked away from him. I found myself looking around the room and saw something written on the blackboard. At first, I didn't really care what it was. All I noticed was that there was some writing there. The more I looked, the more something seemed wrong.
ちょっとどいて。おい、どうしたんだよ。
Whose eyes are those? I pushed past Misumi and walked up to the blackboard. When I saw the words written there, I felt like my heart was strangling itself in my chest. Whose eyes are those? The words I always silently said to myself whenever I felt the gaze of God. I had never told them to anyone else. There was no one to tell them to. Not even Misumi. Nobody in this class could possibly know that I said that phrase all the time. Why? Who? For what reason? I spun around and looked around the classroom. Only Misumi was paying any attention to me. Everyone else was talking to themselves, or reading manga they weren't supposed to have at school, or sleeping at their desks. Who? Who wrote this? When did they do it? Was that already on the blackboard when I had come in? I couldn't remember. Usually I didn't pay any attention to what was on the blackboard.
なあ、どうしたんだ。
Misumi walked up to me and grabbed me by the shoulders to shake me.
聞いてる。おーい、ターク。
It didn't matter who had written them. It was just a coincidence. People used these words all the time. It was just some stupid scribbling. Yeah, just some stupid scribbling. I tried to tell myself that, but I was still really scared. I never did figure out who had written them. I wanted to go around the class and ask, but I didn't have the courage. Before long, homeroom began. The teacher came in and asked who wrote this on the blackboard. He sounded annoyed and erased them. It was really creepy, but I decided I was going to force myself to behave normally. If I let myself seem scared, I would just be admitting the message had something to do with me. It didn't, okay? It was just a coincidence. I kept telling myself that over and over until it was time for me to go to a net cafe after school, just like I had planned to do. The cafe's name was At Cafe. It was the only place I liked going. It was along Center Street in Shibuya. There were a lot of loser salarymen and DQ and 3D girls here, but you got your own personal room, so it didn't matter. The room I was in, room
Stream Elements
37,
said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
was kind of my personal spot. It was the one furthest back in the cafe. It sucked when you wanted to go get some of the free soda, but it was relatively quiet because not many people came by. I would always come here once or twice a week on my way home from school, so that I could log into ESO under a different ID. It was my way of relaxing. Nightheart was too well known, you see. I enjoyed being famous, but having to be the hero everyone looked up to all the time was stressful. That's why I like to play with a different avatar sometimes. Avatar, a person's alter ego that they use when online, for example, on websites or when chatting and playing online games. This character was a girl. Her name was Lieselot. Lieslot. Lieslot didn't really have many big accomplishments to her name, though. Whenever I played as her, I made sure other characters got the glory. I worked out some stress by playing for 3 hours, just grinding, never really doing any hard content. Then I talked about dumb stuff and some naughty stuff with the rest of my guild. Guild, a fixed group of players in an online game, often with a leader. Guilds are small communities where players communicate via chat and go on adventures together. Some guilds even have offline meetings. Hmm. I wonder if that was like a delusion or something, that weird thingy. But I don't know what the buttons are for. So right click is probably A, right? Hmm. 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 I wonder if there's something on discussions about controls. I kind of want to make sure I know the controls better. It always kind of bugs me when oh, that's concerning for a different reason. Okay, so I'll have to remember that. Um, I'm not seeing any control schematic for keyboard, so I'll just have to hope I can figure it out, I guess. By the time I left the cafe, it was almost 9 p.m. Center Street at this hour was filled with DQNs. They would sit on the sidewalk like they owned the place, eating fast food and laughing in their disgusting voices. It made me want to vomit. If you made eye contact with them, they would get mad, attack you. They were barbarians. No, they weren't even human. They were worse than that. They were animals. They didn't have a shred of common social decency or intelligence. I wished they all would just die. I meant it, too. It wasn't something I was just saying. But just dealing with them was a waste of time. I wasn't the kind of guy to waste time, so I quickly left Center Street. After leaving at cafe, I would always stop at either the nearby Mangadarake or the Enemyite that was a little further away. Today I decided to go to Enemyite and headed for the station's south entrance. There were far fewer DQNs here. Really, Center Street was pure chaos. Just walking through there made it hard to breathe. If I could have, I would have rather never gone there at all. I wished they'd just tear the whole place down, leaving only at Cafe and Mangadarake. Manga Drake. Manga Drake. Okay, I just got that. Anyway, it was time to look at some manga and doujinshi. Oh, and Bloodtoon's 5th DVD was probably about to go up for pre-order. At some point, I found myself on a narrow street in Maruyamacho. This was the route I used on my way back to the base from Animeite. I forced myself to blink several times. Then I took a look inside my bag. There were a few textbooks, along with a portable game system. I hadn't bought anything at Animeite today. Usually, I always made sure to buy at least one thing. I sighed and started to walk. From here, it was less than 15 minutes to the base. You didn't have to get that far from the station for all the lights and neon to disappear, along with most of the people. At most, you saw middle-aged couples heading for the hotels, or salarymen heading to their homes nearby. It was quiet and calm. It was hard to believe that this was the same Shibuya as Center Street, with its hordes of DQNs. It was cloudy tonight, and the moon was hidden. The street seemed even darker than usual.
まただ。
I knew the route well with its filthy dark street, but today it felt strange, like I had wandered into another world. Everything looked the same as always, but it felt like I was coming here for the first time, and there was this odd smell like rotting garbage. I could feel the humidity clinging to my skin. If I hadn't known better, I would have assumed it had just rained. The air felt sticky.
いや、ちょっと待った。
What did I mean again? I had felt a sense of jamais vu before. When was it? Déjà vu, jamais vu. Déjà vu is originally a French phrase meaning already dreamed. It refers to a feeling that one has already experienced something, despite experiencing it for the first time. This feeling is extraordinarily real, far too real to be written off as simple forgetfulness or a dream. It is impossible, however, to remember exactly when one experienced a situation before, which leads to a strong feeling of disorientation. The cause of déjà vu remains undetermined. One theory says that it's an extremely rare and temporary phenomenon caused by a desynchronization between the parts of the brain responsible for determining if a situation has been experienced before and the parts responsible for retrieving a memory. Another theory says that the parahippocampal gyrus, the part of the brain responsible for spatial processing and scene recognition, can sometimes experience a slight tremor, which results in déjà vu. The opposite of déjà vu is jamais vu, which is when one sees a scene they've seen many times before, but feels as though they've experienced it for the first time. I've never heard of jamais vu. I have never heard of that before. That is interesting that that is a thing. I can see it being a thing. I've heard of déjà vu. Jamais vu is basically the opposite. I've never heard of that. That is interesting. That is very interesting. Damn it. I was getting reality and my delusions mixed up. That was what the psychologist on TV said would happen if you played too many video games. Either way, it felt like I was coming here for the first time. And that wasn't all. I felt a prickling on the back of my neck, a feeling like somebody was looking down at me. I wasn't imagining it. No matter how fast I tried to walk, the gaze kept following me. Somebody was watching me right now. Their gaze was so powerful I could physically feel it. I wanted to look back, but I decided not to. This was a game I sometimes played with myself. Whenever I heard a small sound or felt like somebody was watching me, I would play the I'm not turning around that easy game. If I turned around, I lost. Usually, whenever I felt the gaze, I had delusions about ghosts or monsters with incredibly scary faces. Yet throughout all 17 years of my life, I had never turned around and actually seen something there. I would kind of started to enjoy this game, since I knew I was probably safe. I would listen for a moment, then raise an eyebrow in suspicion. Then I would say a line from a manga. It wasn't that I was too scared to turn around, okay?
貴様見ているな。その目誰の目？なんちゃって。
I tried to desperately remind myself that I wasn't scared. The next thing I knew, I had stopped walking. I could feel the tension in the air change slightly. My face was damp with sweat. My knees were threatening to buckle. I gave in, turned around. I lost the game. Of course, there was nobody there, not even a passing car. Why did everything feel so strange all of a sudden? The ringing in my ears had stopped. I only noticed after the sound stopped. Until that moment, there had been a sound like a ringing in my ears. I hadn't been aware of it at all. Now I couldn't hear anything. It was suddenly dead silent, far too silent for the middle of a city. It felt like any sound would be crystal clear. I closed my eyes tight to listen. I couldn't hear anything. This was weird. This was weird, right? Usually you could hear the sounds of distant trains, car horns, faint noise like that. So why? Were my ears broken? I wanted to scream as loud as I could. I felt like if I didn't, I would go crazy. I couldn't. It was so quiet. It felt like if I broke the silence, something terrible would happen. Suddenly, a single sound shattered the silent world. I looked ahead, saw many shiny things lying on the dark ground. They were scattered all over the asphalt.
十字架？
The moment I realized what they were, my legs unfroze and began to move forward. I picked one of them up. It was metal, and its long tip was sharp, like a needle. A stake? A nail? It was strangely shaped, so I had mistaken it for a cross. I gripped the stake, dazed. I could hear it, a faint sound of some kind, echoing. A cold sound, one that would make your blood turn to ice. It would start, then stop, then start again. My legs kept moving forward. I walked on as if drawn to the source of the sound. Was it just a desire to see something scary? Maybe I wanted somebody to save me, to rescue me by plucking me out of this world of silence. It was like something from an old German fairy tale. Which one was it again? Right, the Pied Piper of Hamelin, where the piper leads over 100 children on a march with the sound of his flute. The sound kept going. It was an awful sound, like something hitting something else. As I walked on, it kept getting closer. It was coming from the back of a narrow alley on the left. Once I rounded the corner, I would see what it was. For some reason, I didn't think to turn around. The very idea of turning around never occurred to me. It was like I wasn't in control of my own body. I walked around the corner and saw, in the darkness, brilliant red. The first thing I thought was that I had seen something like it before. Also, that it didn't look real at all. Maybe a few screws broke loose in my mind, and my senses had just become numb. In normal conditions, I would have screamed, fallen back on my butt, and peed myself right then and there. It was something that looked like a porcupine, or maybe a pincushion. Countless stakes were nailed into the wall. As I stared at it, I realized that red blood was pouring out from beneath the stakes. The brilliant red I had seen was a pool of blood. Faint light from the street lamps glistened outside the alley, just barely reaching in, making the red glisten. There were also all these little glistening piles of something. They kind of looked like hunks of meat. I tried to swallow, but my throat was parched dry. There wasn't a single drop of saliva in my mouth. I had realized the thing nailed to the wall by those stakes was a human corpse. This was so far removed from my everyday life, so brutal, so overwhelming, and the one who had done it, the one who had pounded all these stakes into raw concrete, was a single young girl. How could I tell? Because she was standing right there in front of the corpse, holding stakes in her blood-stained hand. Her back was turned, so I couldn't tell what the look on her face was. But the uniform she was wearing, it was Suamai's. The awful smell, like raw, rotting garbage, clung to my nostrils even more firmly. Every few seconds I felt like I was about to throw up. I put my hand over my mouth so that I wouldn't vomit. And then I finally realized where the sense of deja vu I had been having came from.
あの時の将軍のリンク写真。
I didn't realize I had spoken aloud until it was too late. This would prove to be a fatal mistake. I saw the girl's shoulders twitch as she heard my voice. Then she slowly turned around. Her gaze pierced me. Her eyes were so flat and empty. She had killed him. She looked at me with startled, wide eyes. Her expression then shifted to something that combined a smile with tears. And then
よかった。
she whispered, "Glad? Glad about what? Why would anybody be glad about anything right now?" It didn't make sense. It was so bizarre I felt a cold chill run down my spine and quickly looked away. It suddenly occurred to me that I didn't want to get involved in anything weird. I couldn't talk to real girls anyway. Also, she was a murderer. The cops were on their way. I was hungry too. Yeah, time to go home. Time to leave. Otherwise, I would I would go crazy.
だか
Suddenly, she said my name. I hadn't introduced myself. I had never even seen her before.
あなたに会いたかった。
Her lips curled upward into a terrible grin, like a demon's. Oh, that was a sound. Okay, hello. I screamed, and as I screamed, I ran. I kept running, yelling until my throat hurt, running as fast as I could. Just once I looked back, but she wasn't following me. I was out of breath. I could hear the sound of my own panting. I was sitting in front of my computer monitor. My whole body was soaked with sweat, and my clothes were too. What did I just see? Was that a delusion of mine? I still felt like I was about to throw up, so I went to the fridge, got a soda, and gulped it down. It was a really realistic delusion, if I did say so myself, but way too gory. I was even still out of breath. If it was just a delusion, how could I be out of breath? That was impossible. I felt something strange in my right hand. I was holding it so tightly that my fingers had turned white. Until that moment, I hadn't even realized it. My heart pounding, I slowly relaxed my grip and opened my palm. It was a single steak. Scared, I flung it at the wall. It was a steak from the delusion. I remembered picking up one of the ones lying on the ground. Why? Wasn't that a delusion? I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. It's impossible. 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 I began to wander around the room, clutching my head in my hands. I needed to figure out if what I had just seen was a delusion or reality. But before I could, I slipped on one of the CD cases on the floor and lost my balance. I reached out, trying to grab something so I wouldn't fall. The only thing in reach was the shelf where all my wives resided. By the time I realized what had happened, it was too late. It couldn't hold my weight, and I ended up falling back onto the floor as figure after figure poured down on me. Damn it. This was just awful. Everything was just awful. I moaned, then started to see if my figures were okay.
深海魔境のイグニスさんの剣が
It had broken clean in two. I had bought that thing in an online auction and had to pay a whole bunch for it.
ふざけんなよ
I tried to put the sword back together, but even gluing it together wouldn't really fix it. It was worthless now.
マジで勘弁してくれよクソクソ
I kicked my chair in anger, then I started to cry. Why did this have to happen to me? What did I do? I sat down and glumly stared at my now swordless Ignis. When the anger and confusion passed, I turned my mind toward the girl's face and the strange sight I had seen. The fact that I was holding the stake meant that the murder was real, not a delusion. I didn't want to admit it, but I had no choice. By tomorrow, the media would be in an uproar. I wanted nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. If I got involved with her, no, it wasn't a her. It was some kind of monster. I would be done for. I was already pretty close to screwed anyway. I had taken a murder weapon home with me. The police might even think I was the killer. And that demon saw my face. There was no escaping this now. Next, she would come after me. I needed to think. For my own sake, I needed to think so I could get out of this alive. Whose eyes are those in the chat with Shogun?
間違いない。
I'm sure of it.
あの写真は事件の予告メッセージみたいなものだったんだ。
There was no other explanation for how it happened, just like in the photos. First, the girl put together fake photos on the computer, simulating exactly how the murder would happen. That was her way of making the murder. No, I bet she would want me to call it a work of art instead of a murder. Psychopaths like her always thought that way. That was her way of making sure it was perfect.
頭がおかしいよ。でもどうしてそれを僕に。そもそもあの女はナイトハルトが僕だってどうやって知った？僕の名前をどうやって知った？
What was I supposed to do now? She would be coming for me before long. She knew my name and my email, so she probably knew my address too. I pulled my legs up onto the chair and crossed my hands over my knees, then buried my head between them. The murder I had seen yesterday was sheer madness. Just the thought of it happening to me.
死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない、死にたくない。
大丈夫。
Sarah was lying in front of my PC monitor, smiling at me.
タッキー、あなたはこの部屋に引きこもってればいいんだよ。したらあの悪魔だって手出しできないっしょ。そのうちに警察がうまく捕まえてくれるって。それまでは誰も信じちゃダメ。誰の言葉にも耳を傾けちゃダメ。悪魔ってさ、人の心の隙間をついてくるのが好きなんだよね。油断すんのはノー。できるっしょ、タッキー。
でもセーラ、
逃げるが勝ちってよく言うし、三次元のことなんてきれいさっぱり忘れちゃえばいいさ。あなたには一切関係ないことだって思えば気が楽っしょ。関係ないこと考えたって無駄無駄さ。いいこと教えてあげる。引きこもりって最強なんよ。だって誰にも会わないっしょ。つまり誰にも攻撃されない。これぞ最強の自己防衛方法なわけさ。だからタッキーは引きこもりになるべきなんさ。簡単っしょ。
そうかもしれない。
That's why she was my wife, after all. She was really smart. I leaned forward and gently grasped Sarah Tan's thin waist. Even when my face got close to hers, Sarah Tan didn't seem upset at all. She just kept smiling.
ありがとうセーラ、おかげで勇気が出てきた。そうだよ、三次元なんてクソくらいだ。あの悪魔だって僕みたいなキモオタのことなんて気にも留めてないさ。僕は安全だ。安心して毎日演奏したり好きなアニメを見てれば何の問題もないんだ。
でもさっき言ったみたく油断は禁物だぞ。
うん、分かってるよ。
Don't believe in anybody. Don't listen to anything anyone says. Beware of anything 3D. That was all I had to do, and I would be safe.
セイラにそこまで心配してもらえて僕は幸せだなさてとそれじゃ気分直しにエンスロット
ライアンクロスライアンクロス約束は今ライアンクロスライアンクロス果たされるからライアンクロスライアンクロス解き放たれたライアンクロスライアンクロス週末
A clear voice echoed across Miyashita Park in the depths of the night. On top of the pedestrian bridge over Meiji Street, as the cars came and went below, the girl they called FES leaned up against the bridge's safety rail, seemingly oblivious to the noise below.
月夜の光が示された従者よ
She had no audience. If she had done a real street performance, she probably would have at least 100 people stopping to listen. For now, FES had chosen instead to hide herself behind the veil of night.
この場所へつながる幻の道
All she had to do was stand here in the silence. Then she could be one with the darkness, and for a moment, at least, freed from the filthy air of Shibuya. That's how it seemed to her anyway.
叫びはいつしか沈黙に変わって
Suddenly, she looked up at the night sky. The clouds that had covered it were slowly parting, and a faint ray of moonlight trickled through. But the bright, dazzling lights of Shibuya were hiding the hesitant twinkling of the stars.
落ちてゆく安息風に手と手をつないで
FES closed her mouth and reached up toward the sky.
その目誰の目
I spent the entirety of the next 24 hours in Baselard. I didn't even quit to eat. I dedicated myself fully to erasing Takumi, Nishijo, and being Nightheart. In ESO, I was a god. I didn't need to be scared of any demons. Everybody respected me. I always thought how nice it would be if I could spend forever in this wonderful world.
おおエンジェルハイロ来たこれ超レアすげえ
Got an angel
これ
halo.
早速使わないと装
I
備装
need
備
KTKR, short for Tita Core, or It's Here, a phrase used by 2000s era Japanese otaku when everything was going their way.
おおキャラの見た目変わったすげえこれすげえ見て見ろってグリム
ナイトハルト自重しろ。うっせえ、死ねよ負け組。ちょっと町に戻って見せびらかしてこようかな。
I had finally gotten one of the ultra rare drops I wanted and was incredibly excited. All the depression I had been feeling had just blown away.
お兄ってば。
An Angel Halo had a drop rate of 0.0001%.
おーい、あげ
It was completely useless and just changed the way your character looked. This also meant that everybody could see that you had an Angel Halo, and they would all be really jealous.
やった。ナイトハルトがまた一歩神に近づいた。
こら開けろ
Shut up. Who's that pounding on my door anyway? I'm enjoying my new rare item. Don't interrupt me.
バカ鬼。
ゲ
That voice. The minute I heard it, my good mood vanished. It was an assassin sent by my parents, my little sister Nanami. This was going to be a pain in the butt.
開けないとひどいんだからね。
Damn it. A storm was about to roll in. I didn't want to open the door at all, but if I kept it shut, my parents would be the next ones to come. They would tell me to stop living by myself and come home. My dad was pretty much the owner of this building. If he wanted to kick me out, he could. This just wasn't fair.
おー
Shut up. A phrase used to tell someone to shut up, commonly used when someone really, really needs to shut up. Don't yell so loud. She was still banging on the outside of the door. The walls of a shipping container are a single piece of metal, so any sound echoes really loudly. She knew that and was doing it anyway. I unlocked the padlock on the inside and opened the doors outward. I had no other choice.
あ、やっと出てきた。生存確認。
This tiny shrimp of a girl was my little sister. She was 1 year younger than me.
呼んでるんだから返事くらいしてよね。お兄死んじゃったかもって思ったじゃん。
Every time I saw her, she was complaining about something. As you could tell from the way she was standing with her hands on her hips and pouting, she was a little brat. And if you asked me, she was nothing more than a huge nuisance.
うわ、相変わらず部屋の中汚な。ちょっとは片付けなよ。
Nanami walked right into my room without even bothering to ask if it was okay. She thought she could do whatever she wanted, just because she was my little sister. To those of you out there who think little sisters are moe, I have a message for you. Face reality. Well, I guess she was kind of cute. If you are a Lolly fan, she might totally be your type. As her real brother, I didn't feel that way about her at all. If anything, she seemed like a little baby to me. But I don't mind Lolly characters, just they have to be 2D.
カビクサ。お兄の部屋って相変わらず不潔。掃除しろっていつも言ってるじゃん。どうしてしないの？まあ、どうせ掃除してくれる彼女なんかいないだろうし。お兄ってズボラだからこうなるのは目に見えてるけどさ。こうなったらやっぱりナナが掃除しに来てあげるしかないかな。
だが断る。
なんでよ。
お前に部屋荒らされたくない。
きっとそ それがわざわざ生存確認しに来てあげてる妹に言うセリフ？
Well, you're not showing your older brother any respect, are you? And nobody asked you to see if I was alive anyway.
まったく、なんでこんな面倒ばっかりかけさせる兄弟と血つながってるんだろう。たまに嫌になっちゃうよ。はあ、なんか喉乾いちゃった。飲み物もらうね。
And Nami walked to the back of the room and opened the fridge, again without even bothering to ask.
コーラしかないじゃん。ミルクティーとか用意しといてよ。
知らんがな。
しょうがないな。じゃあコーラもらうね。
As usual, she seemed to have no intention of asking for her brother's permission. She grabbed a bottle of soda, one that I had already drank from, out of the fridge. She hesitated for a moment before swallowing it down. Disgusting. She put her lips right on it. How could a girl be so filthy? This was the problem with 3D women. As soon as she left, I should throw that bottle out. Looks like we have an ad on Twitch, so I will use it to go relieve for a second. Welcome back from the ads. I won't always stop for the ads, but you know, if I've got to do something real quick, I might as well wait for the ads. Hey, wait. And we are still going on B stream, right? It didn't suddenly, and for some reason I'm kind of paranoid about that now. No, we're still going on B stream, so we're good.
美味しかった
Okay, hopefully that's not too loud in the background there. Doesn't look like it is, okay. Maybe.
やっぱ運動の後の一杯って格別学校からここまで走ってきたんだ
全部飲んだのか。しかも一気で。
I bought that soda with my own money. Being my little sister didn't give her the right to.
しまった
Nanami stared at the now empty bottle in shock. She must have finally figured out how rude she was being.
どうしようまた太っちゃうじゃんお兄のせいだからね
What was she talking about?
お兄がコーラ好きなせいでナナまでコーラ大好きっ子になっちゃったんだから
人のせいにするなよ。
だってうちの冷蔵庫に入ってるのいっつもコーラだったじゃんお母さんがお兄のこと甘やかすからだ知ってるコーラってカロリーすっごく高いのだからお兄もあんまり飲みすぎない方がいいよ
Not just the calories either, the carbonic acid stuff. That makes it all fizzly isn't good for your stomach either.
今度からミルクティーにすべき
Milk tea has basically the same calories as soda. Anyway, you don't get to tell me what to eat. Not only that, I don't know exactly what kind of milk is in milk tea, but depending on the milk, I could see it having a lot of saturated fat, which is just as bad. Especially after you drank all my soda. Did you come all the way here just to tell me that?
もう帰れよ。
You confirmed I was still alive. You should be done now, right? Why do you have to come into my room all the time?
お兄冷たい
Nanami seemed annoyed at my words. She was glaring at me with a frown. I didn't want to deal with it, so I just looked away.
せっかく心配して様子を見に来てあげてるのにお兄ってずっとここに引きこもって誰とも喋らずに一日を終えちゃうことだってあるんでしょ女の子と話す機会だってどうせ全くないんだよね
Shut up. Don't make fun of me. I'm not interested in 3D girls. I don't need to talk to them.
言ってみればお兄と話す女の子はナナだけってことじゃんだからさもっとナナのこと大事にしてよそしたら女の子との接し方もちょっとは分かってくるはずだし
As she spoke, she picked up one of my figures, Hikaru Tam from Suicide Towards the Light. She stared at it. Hey, don't touch one of my wives. If you get a fingerprint on her, I'm seriously going to kick your butt.
あとお兄は自分のことにもっと気を使ってこんなお人形さんにうつつを抜かしてる場合じゃないよナナはお兄の死体の第一発見者になんかなりたくないからね
What was my little sister trying to say? She was starting to sound like Mom lately. What I meant by that was... She was annoying.
いいから帰れよ。
そんなに帰れ帰れ言わないでよお兄のバカまだこっちには用事が残ってるの
She was starting to get hysterical. If I made her any madder, she might go berserk. I had to stay calm.
携帯買いに行こう
は
What was she talking about?
お父さんがそうしろって。お兄が携帯持てばいつでも生存確認できるじゃん。お金はナナが預かってきたから今から買いに行こうよ。今時携帯持ってない人なんていないよ。時代に取り残されちゃうよ。
Shut up, trend follower. I know a lot more about what's popular than you do. I've got the internet, you know? Okay, maybe most kids my age had a phone, but I didn't. There was no reason why I would want one. I had nobody to call or text, and I didn't want to spend money on something I wasn't going to use.
だから行こう。
Nanami put the figure back on the shelf and peered up at me.
どうせお兄は機種とかわかんないだろうからナナと同じ機種にしちゃいなよ。
She took her phone out of her bag and waved it in my face.
ほらこれがナナの色が可愛いでしょ。
I'm going to move my avatar real quick so you guys can see the very cute little frog emote she has. Look at that very cute little frog keychain she has. Look at that thingy. That is very cute. And know that that yellow is not a very cute color.
ついでだからストラップも同じのあげるよ。
なんという手抜きキャラ。
Hanging from the strap was a small figurine of a character that was, well, whatever it was, it's certainly, oh, you're full of shit, boy. That is a very cute frog-looking thing. It looked like something created by a rookie designer with no talent at all. It wasn't cute or even creepy cute. It was just
手
creepy.
抜きじゃないもん。ゲロカエルンはこういうデザインなの。今すっごく流行ってるんだからね。はあ、女子高生の流行なんてお兄が知ってるわけないか。そういうとこを直せば少しは女子と会話成立すると思うよ、きっと。
Quiet, girl. What the hell kind of name is Garo Froggy? There was no way this thing was popular. Okay, I will give him the name thing, because Garo is what a frog makes. So that's like saying bark dog or something. Right? The name, okay, I'll give him that. The name is a little weird. But the figure is very cute. The poor girl didn't realize she was being manipulated by the media. Aren't we all?
っていうか今はゲロカエルンの話じゃなくて。いいから携帯買いに行こうよ。あ、別にお揃いがいいとか言ってるわけじゃないからね。家族で同じ機種だと基本料金が割引されるサービスがあるからだよ。家族で持ってないのはお兄だけなんだからね。
いらない。
なんで？お金はお父さんが出してくれるんだよ。
必要ない。
It would just be a nuisance. If I had a phone, Mom would probably call every day. If I didn't pick up, she would send her pet assassin, Nanami, here to check on me. In other words, it would just be a nuisance, one that would make my life a lot harder. I didn't want that at all.
もう信じらんないよ、このバカ鬼。もう帰る。
ああ、そうしてくれ。
I opened the door for her to go, but she didn't move. She just glared at me, shoulders heaving with rage.
ほんとバカ、アホバカ鬼。駅まで送ってくれるとかしてよ。
嫌だね。
I had never walked her to the station all the time she had come before. Why would I start now?
だって最近殺人事件とかで物騒じゃんか。こういう場合心配するのが兄弟ってもんでしょ。
For a moment, what happened yesterday felt like it was going to come flooding back to me. I shook my head desperately, trying to drive the thought out of my mind.
どうでもいいし。
Whoever the new Jin killer was, they weren't going to be interested in a little kid like Nanami, and the odds are they're probably not going to kill her in broad daylight either. Probably.
ありえない。ナナが死んでもいいって言うんだ。
She was crying. I must have really made her sad. It felt great. That's what you get for disrupting my peaceful life. This would be my little way of getting revenge. That's what you get.
バカ、死んじゃえ。お兄なんか猟奇的に殺されちゃえ。
She knocked me aside and ran out the door. At least the storm was over. The room was quiet now that she was gone. It was much nicer. The base was my home. Nothing was allowed to happen here unless I wanted it to. I sat down at the computer and moved the mouse a little to wake it up from my Saratan screensaver. Then I took a big swig from the soda bottle on the table, but it was empty.
しまった。これ、ナナミがさっき飲んだやつだ。
No. I had just had an indirect kiss with my little sister. If Nanami was a little sweeter, it might have been great, like something out of an H game. But with her personality, it just made me feel sick. I closed the cap on the bottle and threw it into the big garbage bag in the corner of the room. It missed and bounced off the wall, rolling under the bed. But whatever. Now then, time to get back to ESO. Time to forget all the annoying stuff that happened in the real world. But sadly, I was forced to bring my time in Baselar to an end after just a single day. When I left the base early in the morning, my mental state was back in the dumps, and any improvement that I had felt from my time in the game was gone. Why did I have to go to school?
なんで今日なんだよ。最低最悪だ。
I couldn't stay home. If I stayed home, it would ruin my whole attendance schedule. Then I wouldn't be able to graduate.
卒業って。何を卒業するって言うんだよ。
It was my idea, but still, I couldn't help but complain. When I got to the luxury residences at Shoto, I suddenly realized I had been feeling someone looking at me the whole time. It wasn't God's gaze. There wasn't that weird feeling on my neck. As I turned the corner, I took a quick look behind me without turning around, caught a glimpse of a girl in a Suime uniform. Was it the demon from 2 days ago? Suddenly my heart started to pound. I was so nervous that I started to walk funny. I started to feel like I no longer belonged in the quiet morning around me. I could hear the sound of birds chirping on the power lines, the faint sound of the morning news from the televisions inside the houses around me. This didn't feel like a place where any kind of murder could happen, yet I felt it, like I was about to have delusions of myself being brutally killed. No, I needed to calm down. I hadn't gotten a clear look at their face, had I? If they were a Suime student, it was only natural that they would be following me. They were headed to school just like I was. Okay, I had an idea. Instead of following the path that led straight towards school, I made a right instead.
Stream
I fought down
elements.
the urge to turn
Said.
around
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
and tried to act as naturally as possible. I kept walking, trying to contain my nervousness, and after a minute, I quietly turned around. Our eyes almost met, and I quickly turned my head forward again. Why was she following me? This wasn't the way to school. Was she actually tailing me? It was a face I didn't recognize. The one thing I could tell for sure, though, was that it wasn't the demon from the other day. This girl had glasses. Just knowing that alone made me feel much more relieved. I decided I should just head straight to school. I would have to cancel my usual morning breakfast, but I didn't have a choice.
くそ女子 A 名
To me, you're just pedestrian 1 or girl A. No more important than that. So go away. Girl A stopped tailing me and disappeared when I got to the school entrance. She seemed to have somewhere else to go since she headed for the third-year student classrooms. Maybe I was just imagining her tailing me, but it didn't make sense that she would follow me down a route that led away from the school. Was she just trying to upset me? Had I done something to make her mad? No, I hadn't. There was no way I could. At this school, I was as invisible as the air. So what was she after? I somehow made it through an awful day at school, and as always stopped at Cafe on my way home. Of course I sat in room 37. Usually the rooms around me were empty, but surprisingly enough, there was someone in room 36 today. The door to the room was closed. I could see the desk light was turned on inside. I sighed a little as I went into my own room. Oop. Having someone next door made it hard to chat. I was the kind of person who always said things out loud when he chatted. Well, whatever. Time to just log into ESO. I would just have to be careful not to say anything.
だよこいつら
I slammed my palm down on the keyboard, annoyed. I had been playing for about 2 hours now. Today was just a stressful day. The pair I had grouped with were clearly new players. As always, I stayed in the background, trying to let them have the glory for themselves. But one would always run in ahead of us and die, and then do it again. The other, a mage, refused to use any magic to help us. Our party must have died a dozen times. And then on top of that, all they did was complain and chat. Freaking idiots. I got so mad I PK'd them, took all their items, and then quickly escaped to another area. Nightheart couldn't do that stuff, but Leaslot could. That was why I came all the way to At Cafe to log in. I felt a little better, so I decided to take a break and go get something to drink. At Cafe had free drinks and a well-stocked soda fountain near the counter. The one problem with room 37 was that it was pretty far from the bar. When I left the room, I saw that the door to room 36 was open. I had to go by it if I was going to go get to the soda fountain. I took a quick peek inside as I walked by, and nobody was there. Actually, I realized I had heard the sound of somebody getting up a moment ago. There was a bag sitting next to the chair in the room. It was a student's bag. Decorative straps hung from it, stuffed animals dangling at their ends. They were Garo Froggy, the thing Nanami had showed me yesterday. 3 of them, too. Maybe it really was popular. Not that I cared. If I kept staring at it and they came back, they might think I was a stalker or a thief. I decided to forget about it and go get my soda. But when I saw what was showing on their monitor, my eyes went wide. The monitor was displaying the words New Gem Aggregator Site. It was in a really nasty looking, attention grabbing font too. New Gem. I had been deliberately avoiding looking up anything about it. I didn't want to know the details. That was how I was telling myself that it had nothing to do with me. Anyway, was there a reason the person who just happened to be in the room next to me at a net cafe was looking at a new gin aggregator site? For a moment I saw the demon girl's face again, and my whole body shivered. I shook my head to drive away the negative thoughts. I was overthinking it. Yeah, I was just being paranoid. New gin was the media's favorite subject right now, and not a day went by when the TV talk shows weren't discussing it. Everybody was interested in it. That was the only reason. Yeah, it had to be. Time to forget about it and go get my soda. I put my cup under the dispenser and pushed the button for soda. Ice cold soda came down right into the cup. The sun was setting and it was starting to get crowded. I could see a small line of people waiting at the register. As it got later, more and more people were going to come. In an hour or so, all the rooms around 37 would be full. That would probably be my cue to go home. I took my cup and went back to my seat. As I walked back, I took a quick glance down the corridor that led to the restrooms. I saw a girl with glasses in a Suime uniform disappearing down the end of the hall. It was Girl A, the one who had been following me this morning.
Eh?
I thought I must have been mistaken, so I hid behind a bookshelf and watched the corridor for a while, but I never saw her again. I must have been imagining it, right? Yeah, I had only seen her for a second. There were probably a ton of Suime girls who used this cafe. A lot of them probably wore glasses. What if it was Girl A? What was she doing here? Was it just a coincidence? Had she followed me? I started to feel scared. I left the cafe, hurried back to the base. I had gotten too scared to stay. I wanted to go home as fast as possible. The streets were crowded with people. I couldn't move forward as fast as I wanted. I was starting to feel sick. I hated crowds. It felt like everyone was laughing at me. The crosswalk turned red, so I had to stop. I took a quick look around. There was no sign of Girl A. As I headed up Dogenzaka Hill, walking got a lot easier. Usually I chose to take the back streets when there weren't as many people. After what happened 2 days ago, I decided to take the main streets instead. I came to another red light, looked around again. There was no sign of Girl A. Maybe the person I had seen at cafe was someone else after all. I relaxed a little, relieved, turned around. I took a step back in shock. There, on the other side of the crosswalk, standing with the other pedestrians waiting to cross, was the girl. Her eyes, behind her glasses, were locked dead onto me. Her eyes were intense, as if she was trying to send some kind of message. I couldn't take my eyes off of her. It was like I was paralyzed. Suddenly her lips moved. She was trying to say something. The noise from the crowd was so loud I couldn't hear it. I strained my eyes to see what she was saying. Who? Whose eyes are those? My hair stood on end. Impossible. I was imagining things. I didn't know how to read lips. There was no way that was right. I shook my head and forced myself to look away. It was clear that she had said something, at least. No matter what it was, Doing that to a guy she had never met was creepy as hell. I needed to stay away from her. I needed to run. I needed to run while I could. Run. I forced my timid brain into action and ran as fast as I could. I ran in the opposite direction from her and down a side street I saw. I collided with something, fell on the ground, hard, hitting my shoulder. I gasped in agony as pain raced through my whole body. I couldn't tell what had happened. It was all I could do to sit up. When I looked, I saw there was a large scooter in the middle of the street that I had knocked over. I must have collided with it. I gritted my teeth and tried to force myself to stand up. I couldn't feel any strength in my legs. I didn't think anything was broken, but
だ大丈夫ですか？
Girl A was there. She must have caught up to me at some point. She was looking down on me, worried.
な
What the hell was going on? Who was this woman? My body wouldn't move. I was too scared. I didn't know what to do. It was too late now. I regretted not taking the train to Shinshin.
怪我してませんか？
Her voice was timid, hesitant. Was she trying to act worried to get me to let my guard down? You're not going to fool me. I won't let any 3D girls fool me.
なんなんだよ。
え？
ついてくるなよ。僕に何の用だ。
I yelled at her. I still couldn't stand up, so I crawled away from her. If I didn't put some distance between us, I was afraid she might pull a knife on me. That terrible sight came back to me again. I kept feeling like it was going to happen to me too. She seemed hurt.
えっと、あの、あなたが急に走り出して様子を見に来たら倒れてたので心配で。でも、今は用事とかあるわけじゃないんですが、えっと、
You don't have anything to talk to me about? What does that mean?
じゃあなんで付きまとってくるんだ。
それは、
She was stammering. It was really suspicious.
私、楠木優愛って言います。
I hadn't asked. She introduced herself anyway.
実は、あなたのこと、一目見て、なんとなく存在が気になって、それで、つい。
So you started stalking me. The girl, Yua, was staring at the ground as she talked.
ごめんなさい。
She bowed. Impossible. That was my honest reaction. Now that I got a clear look at her, this Yua girl was pretty cute. I'll admit that. That doesn't mean I could believe it. A 3D girl, interested in me. What kind of H-game scenario was that? That had never happened in my entire life. It sounded to me like an obvious lie. Did she think this would make me happy? Especially when she had been acting like a stalker a moment ago. Maybe if she was 2D it might work. A 3D girl like that was just a weirdo. Scary. I felt really embarrassed just being here, too. I wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. 3D girls were just the worst. Even talking to one made you nervous.
僕は三次元に興味はないよ。
え？
いや、め、め、め、
I tried to say something harsh, hesitated. I knew if I didn't say it, she would keep stalking me. I didn't want that.
迷惑だよ。つきまとわないでよ。
すいません。
She looked sad. Did she really feel bad about it, maybe? No, I couldn't let her fool me. I couldn't believe in any 3D person. I only believed in 2D. Nothing else. I could trust Sayara Tan a lot more than I could trust her.
もうついてこないでね。僕帰るから。
I forced myself to stand up as I stammered out the words. My whole body still hurt, especially my shoulder. I could barely move it. Every so often I would feel a dull ache from it. The pain was making me a little dizzy. I might have hit my head a little when I had landed. I staggered for a moment. Yua quickly grabbed my hand.
怪我してるんですね。手貸します。
It was all I could do not to turn to look at her. I knew my face was bright red. If she saw it, she would definitely make fun of me. I knocked her hand away violently so that I could turn away from her. My mind was going blank. I almost never had a chance to touch a girl who wasn't a family member. I could feel my heartbeat quickening.
お家まで送ります。あなたが怪我したのは私がつきまとっちゃったせいですから。だから送らせてください。
I appreciated her offer. I wasn't used to having anybody be nice to me. I felt like I might actually fall in love with this 3D girl I had hated just a moment ago. That didn't mean I had the courage to look straight at her. Anyway, she was a stalker. She might have something to do with that demon girl, too. I didn't want to die. So many different thoughts were racing through my head that I didn't know what I felt anymore.
お家どこですか？
深セン。
深セン？
I nodded, then realized what I had done. Why the hell did I tell her that? What was I expecting to happen? This was just a delusion anyway. Even if it wasn't, I would only be happy for a while before it all got ruined at the last second. That's how it always worked out in anime, right? I could feel the death flags popping up by the second. Death flag, foreshadowing that someone is going to die, a term from computer gaming. To give an example from popular culture, if a person in a war movie says, "I'm getting married as soon as the war is over," they're probably not going to make it out alive. What's the highest number we've seen so far up? So there's what, 133 tips? That's a lot of tips. Just the tip, mind you. 131 is type. So the highest number we've seen so far is 133 for up. Kind of curious how many there are. Most of them seem like stuff we already honestly know, but that's just because we're, or at least I'm crap, 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 crap. Now she was up against me, trying to help me walk. I could feel her soft body up against mine. Her hair smelled good. Impossible. No 3D girl would ever be this nice to me.
歩けますか？
I nodded again.
じゃあ行 しょ
She sounded nervous. She was watching my feet as we slowly walked. At this point, I didn't feel like I could refuse or shake her off. Helplessly, I let her tiny body support me as we went. Neither I nor Yua said a word until we got to the building where the base was at. There was no way I could have a real conversation with the girl. Even if I talked about anime, games, figures, 3D girls would never try to understand. She would just tell me I was creepy. From my perspective, there was no point in talking to worthless girls like that.
ここでもういいから
I whispered, then watched to see how she reacted. She nodded slightly, then let go of me. I still staggered a little.
やっぱりお部屋までついていきましょうか
I ignored her, headed for the building's lobby. I say lobby. It was really just a narrow hallway leading to some elevators. There was a small staircase. When I tried to go up it, I felt an incredible pain that almost knocked me over.
大丈夫ですか
She ran over, grabbed me. Damn it. Was she still here?
やっぱり部屋まで送ります絶対送りますから
For some reason, she seemed really desperate. To be honest, she had been a big help in getting me this far. My base was on the roof. To get there, you had to take the elevator to the 8th floor, then go up a steep staircase. I couldn't have done it on my own. Yua didn't look that strong. She had done everything she could to help me get up. Don't take that out of context. She had been supporting me for so long she was out of breath.
こんなところに住んでるんですね
She looked at the shipping container in shock. I guess to most people, living in a shipping container was really weird.
なんか憧れます
え
アウトローな感じがしていいですよねこういうのって
I certainly wasn't expecting her to say that. Was she trying to suck up to me? You can't fool me. I'm not letting 3D girls fool me. With her help, I unlocked the padlock, went inside. I was finally home. What another awful day. I resolved again to never leave my room if I could help it.
真っ暗ですね電気のスイッチはどこに
She had come right inside my room without bothering to ask. Well, I guess it was because she had been helping me walk this whole time. Still, I didn't really want her seeing the inside of my room. There was a whole shelf of figures, H game boxes on the bed, garbage all over the floor.
もういいから話して
I waited for her to remove her hand. She didn't.
床すごく散らかってじゃなくて歩きにくいと思うんですけど絶対危ないですソファーまで行きましょうそこで話しますから
In the end, I did as she told me. There were CDs, magazines all over the sofa. She cleared a spot for me to sit down. She was really kind, considerate. Wait, I wasn't going to let her fool me. Not a chance.
平気ですか
うん
It was just me and her inside the room. The door was still open. A little bit of moonlight was coming in through it. The room was mostly pitch black. It was too dark to read the expression on her face. The fact that I couldn't see her made the sound of Yua's breathing seem almost seductive somehow. I realized that this was the first time I had let a girl besides my sister into my room. She was also someone I barely even knew. If this was a game, it would mean she was totally into me. Maybe there would be a situation where things would keep going. I would end up kissing her. That wasn't what I was expecting. Reality was always cruel. It wasn't like 2D. This girl wasn't normal either. She was a stalker. How long was she going to keep standing there anyway? Now that she had seen me home, shouldn't she be going? Then I realized. Was she waiting to get me alone so she could do something horrible to me?
明かりのスイッチは
パソコンの
パソコン？
The only light in this room was the desk light next to the computer. I tried to tell her that. I couldn't.
そうか、あのデスクライトですね。
うん。
She carefully dodged around the garbage on the floor as she walked over to the computer desk, turned on the light. The room was finally freed from the darkness. When it was dark, the fact that I couldn't see made me imagine all kinds of different delusions. Being able to see her wasn't much better. I felt twice as embarrassed as before. I fell dead silent, quickly turned my face down. Her sudden gasp startled me. I looked, saw she was looking at the figure of Saratan next to the computer monitor.
これってプラチューのセイラちゃんですよね。
知ってるの？
はい、プラチューは大好きで毎週見てます。
へえ。
セイラちゃんがお好きなんですね。私もヒロインの中では彼女が一番好きなんですよ。衣装も可愛いですし。
There was a note of happiness in her voice. She seemed like she was telling the truth. That was surprising. Was Yua a
不女子。
Fujoshi? Girls who enjoy games, animes, doujins about love between two or more men, so-called yaoi. Normal female anime fans are not called Fujoshi.
あ、うん。
She was just an anime fan, I guess.
あれ、フィギュアって言うんですよね。ちょっと見せてもらってもいいですか？あ、すみません。ずうずうしいこと言っちゃって。もう帰った方がいいですよね。
She started to bow apologetically.
見ていいよ。
I didn't mind it when somebody complimented my wife. I guess I could be a little nice to her.
本当ですか？ありがとうございます。
She picked up Sarah, began to examine her.
それは山陽堂版の覚醒前バージョンなんだ。セーラフィギュアはいくつか種類が出てるけど、最初に出たやつ。
へえ。
あんまりクオリティは高くないよ。顔とか微妙に崩れてるし、ポーズも平凡すぎてあんまりエロくないし。でも服の胸元部分をキャストオフできるのは今のところそれだけなんだ。
Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Cast Off, a popular feature found in female anime figurines that started to appear around 2006, where parts such as clothes were made to be easily removable. This enabled purchasers to strip their figures naked, in some cases close to that.
胸元？
ちなみに僕はセーラフィギュアは4種類全部揃えてるよ。そっちの棚に制服バージョンとメイドバージョン、あと水着バージョンがある。
そんなに種類がすごいですね。
一番評価が高いのはメイドバージョンなんだけど、個人的には水着バージョンも悪くないよ。
そうなんですか。見てみたいですね。 でもちょっと暗くて。
もうすぐアルファから待望の覚醒後バージョンが出るんだけど、これはかなりクオリティ高そうなんだ。キャストオフも胸元だけじゃなくてほぼ全身可能だっていうし、表情もポーズも質感も言うことなしだね。あとはカラーさえバッチリなら今年発売されたフィギュアの中でも MVP 候補だよ。
アルファ？
メーカーだよ、フィギュアの。
ああ、なるほど。
Suddenly, I gasped. I realized that I had talked way too much. Yeah, you probably shouldn't have mentioned the cast-off thing. That might seem like a bad idea in this context. About anime figures, too. I also had the feeling I'd said all kinds of really embarrassing things about taking off clothes or sexy poses, too. I wanted to see what the expression on her face was. I didn't have the courage. She was probably looking at me like I was a piece of human garbage. My heart was pounding fast as I tried to look away.
あの、
When she said my name, I turned to face her before I had realized what I had done. The look of disgust, contempt I expected, it wasn't there.
さっき言っていた戦闘バージョンとかメイドバージョンも見せてもらっていいですか？
うん。そっちのために。
Tori the Third said, "Hello, what is this game?"
I'm not completely sure what's going on, honestly. It is a visual novel. I don't know if you're familiar with those. I think I've only seen you when I was playing Star Wars so far, but on Mondays and Tuesdays we play these visual novels. So far, there's been a murder, and then this young lady helped us get back home after we twisted our ankle. It is called what's the name of this game again? Chaos Head. And it's like one of the bigger visual novels. I just haven't gotten around to it. It's associated with like Steins Gate and stuff. Something called the Science Adventure. But I don't know anything about it. So there is a lot of content warnings. So blood, gore, boobs, but yeah, just fair warning if you continue to watch. I don't know how bad it'll get, but we have seen one person get skewered by crosses already, and that was pretty
Tori
gory.
the Third said, "The only visual novel I have played is Fate, Stay Night."
I haven't played the visual novel for those either. That's another one that's on my list to get to eventually. But if you know that one, then you're not a problem with blood and gore, so that's fine. I didn't know how to react. She was smiling, looking like she was having a great time.
わあ、すごいですね。こんなにたくさん。
As she stared at the shelf of figures, her eyes were smiling brightly. I couldn't believe that a 3D girl could look at these, not be freaked out. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Tori. Hope you're having a fantastic existence. Was the world a bigger place than I had thought it was?
メイドセイラちゃんってこれですね。ふむふむ。アニメの印象とはちょっと違うけど、すごく可愛いです。下着までちゃんと作り込んであるんだ。こういうの実物で見
Oh
たのは
my.
初めてですけど、いいですね。
She
私も買ってみようかな。
she actually paid attention to that, I guess. Okay. Feels kind of weird for this random girl we just met to actually be noticing details like that and say it out loud, but okay.
だったら覚醒後バージョンを予約した方がいいよ。あれは絶対おすすめだから。
そうですね。あなたの話を聞いていたら、その覚醒後バージョンは本気で欲しくなりました。覚醒後って12話のあのシーンのことですよね。
よく知ってますな、お主。かなりのマニアですな。
はい、好きですから。特にあの時の覚醒シーンは毎日録画したものを見返してます。
あのシーンって演出と作画宮地なんだ。だからクオリティ高くて当然。
Tori the Third said, I think this girl is kind of weird.
She is hella sus right now. She is hella sus. I don't know if you were here earlier, just a few minutes ago, but she was stalking us, okay? The entire reason we twisted our ankle was because we started running because we were scared. She is hella sus. I have a feeling we're about to start getting stabbed or something at any point now.
そういう神クリエイターがいるんだ。あの人の演出はマジで神だよ。アットちゃんの実況版でも神来たってなるし。
そうなんですか。すごく知識が豊富なんですね。私、スタッフが誰かなんてまるで気にしてませんでした。
監督と演出と脚本はチェックしとくといいよ。特に新作なんかはそれを調べるだけで内容の良し悪しが大体予測できるし。
わかりました。今度からそうしてみますね。
She was still smiling at me with her pretty smile.
あ
A girl smiling at me. I thought that only happened in H games. Now it was happening to me. Whenever 3D girls, especially my little sister, were smiling at me, it's because they were making fun of me. She was up to something. I knew it. I couldn't forget Sarah Tan's words. Don't believe anybody.
Tori the
Don't
Third
listen to anything
said,
anyone
this
says.
protagonist is kind of pathetic.
Oh yeah, he is definitely that stereotype pathetic guy. Honestly, I wouldn't necessarily mind seeing him stabbed. But yeah.
え
こんなこと聞いていいかどうかわからないんですけど。
何
She started to fidget a little. She was looking down at the ground, avoiding looking me in the eye.
聞かせてもらってもいいでしょうか。あなたのお名前。
名前
I realized that she had introduced herself. I hadn't.
西条匠
Suddenly, I felt
Tori the
embarrassed.
Third said, she has a crazy look in her eyes.
Yeah, I'm not trusting her at all right now. The words came out quiet, soft.
西条匠くんですね。何年生？
2年
私は3年。私の方が年上さんですね。
I'm not sure what this is. This is the third time this here has popped up. I have no idea what's going on right here. It almost looks like we can click on these tabs right here, but I'm a little too scared to do that until I know what they do. I don't know. I don't know what's going on right now. The first time was when this guy in school was talking to us. The second time was when we were seeing her across the street stalking us, and this is the third time. That moe pose was enough to almost make me pass out. Was you a moe type, quiet older girl? She was trying to seduce me. She was dangerous. She was definitely up to something.
それで西条くんにお願いがあるんです。
Tori the Third said, I mean,
言いますから。
She seemed like a mom as she moved around, cleaning things up. Someone who didn't care about what other people thought, just ran around doing whatever they wanted. Nosy and annoying. In a situation like this, was I supposed to be helping her? Then, as we both reached for the same piece of garbage, our hands would touch. We would gasp, gaze into each other's eyes. Wait, this wasn't a romantic comedy. No way was I going to help. In the middle of carefully piling up a bunch of magazines, her hand suddenly froze. She was turned away from me. I couldn't see what she was holding.
いえ、気にしないでください。
She seemed really shaken. This was suspicious. I realized that she was in a position to see everything in my room. She might want to steal something. She might even think that there were so many figures I wouldn't notice if she took one. I would. I knew all of my wives really well. If one disappeared, I would notice immediately.
フィギュアには触らないでね。
はい。いえ、違うんです。村中の同人誌っていうんですか、それが落ちてまして、ちょっと中身を見てみたら。
A blood-toon doujinshi. That was a naughty one.
すごかったのでびっくりしました。
勝手に見ないでよ。
すいません。
She quickly got back to work. Then, when she had secured enough room to sit, she turned toward me.
それで、さっき言ったお願いですけど。
Here it was. I gulped as my body tensed up.
さっき言ったフィギュアの予約、一緒に
Tori
行って
the
もらえま
Third
せんか？
said, she wants to kill us.
私、そういうアニメショップみたいなところって今まで行ったことなくて。で、私、なんだかすごくぶしつけなお願いしてますよね。すいません。私のせいで西条くんは怪我をしたのに。
This was dangerous. I needed to be really careful about how I responded. Sure, she and I had the same hobbies. She said she liked Seira, too. She listened to the things I said like she actually cared. For an otaku like me, she was an easy person to talk to. This was a trap. It had to be. This kind of stuff only happened in H games, not in the real world. I couldn't let the 3D world fool me. Think, what was Yua after?
すいません。今のお願いは忘れてください。私、西条くんがいろいろ話してくれるのが、嬉しくて。
She bowed to me. Most 3D girls were really bossy, arrogant. She was a rare exception. No 3D girl could possibly be this cute and kind. It was all an act. I was going to say no. I was going to come out and say it clearly like a man. She looked up at me. I could see that her eyes were damp. Was she crying because I didn't say anything? Had I made her cry? Please, anything but that. I had only ever experienced anything like this in video games. My heart was pounding really fast. I even felt guilty. I had always heard people say that girls use tears as a weapon. Only now did I realize that was true. To be honest, I didn't know what to do. I just stood there, half stammering. I tried to say I would go with her. I couldn't. What if I said yes? Then the next thing she said was, "Don't take me seriously, idiot. You're creepy." I was so scared of the idea that I was struck silent.
無理してくれなくていいです。私のわがままに石城くんを付き合わせるのは良くないですし。
Her eyes were even wetter now. It felt like tears could start pouring from her eyes any second.
行くよ。
言ってもらえるんですか？
Tori the Third said, lol.
I nodded helplessly. It was the only way I could think of to get her to stop crying. The whole thing felt like a setup. She let out a sigh of relief, then took off her glasses to wipe away her tears.
断られて当然だと思ってたのに。石城くん、ありがとうございます。
She said thanks. I had managed to keep her from crying at least. I got lucky, I guess. Why did this have to be so stressful? You couldn't let your guard down around 3D girls for a minute. Damn it.
行くとしたらいつがいいでしょう？
What happened to that sad expression of hers? Now she looked really... They were crocodile tears, dude. You got trapped. Maybe she was making it up the whole time. If so, she had a future as an
セイラ
actress.
ちゃんの新しいフィギュアはもうすぐ発売なんですよね。
うん。きっとすぐに完売しちゃうだろうね。
だったら早めに行った方が良さそうですね。明日とか。
According to my schedule, tomorrow was a school day. This week, I had to go 3 times. Of course, that meant next week I only went twice. Tomorrow was going to be an even worse day than I thought. Yua looked really excited. If I told her I changed my mind now, she might cry again. She had me in her clutches.
わかったよ。
I reluctantly agreed. Yua
Tori
looked
the
happy.
Said, I have a feeling that this girl is not interested in any of this stuff. She is just playing him with stuff that she learned from stalking him.
Yeah, and now I'm starting to wonder what she wants. Is she wanting to get some of our money? Like, if she wanted to stab us, she would have stabbed us already, right? Like, what's going on here? It's weird. She couldn't fool me, okay?
西城
Well,
くん
she's
が
clearly fooling you.
明日放課後に迎えに行きますよ。
B 組。
2年 B 組ですね。じゃあ授業が終わったら待っててください。
See, we just said that we were in Class B. We didn't say we were in Class 2B. Unless it said it and the translation was wrong. I nodded, hoping I could get her to leave. I was going somewhere with a girl. This wasn't a dream or a delusion, was it? I tried pinching myself. It hurt.
それじゃあ長い間お邪魔しちゃってすいませんでした。足もし痛かったらお医者さんに行ってくださいね。
あ、うん。
I sat on the sofa, watched her go. Just before she left, she turned, waved at me.
西条くん、また明日。
また明日だってさ。しかも手を振ったりして。
I felt a grin coming on, forced myself to stop.
あの女絶対僕に惚れてる。間違いないね。ま、付き合うか付き合わないかは僕に選択肢があるわけだし、あの女を情け容赦なく振ってやる
Tori
さ。
the Third said, that figurine looks very familiar.
Does it? I mean, it is kind of a stereotypical anime figurine with the pink hair and stuff. I'm not sure what you might be thinking of. In game lore, it is let's see if I can find it again. Seira Orgel. It's a magical girl thing called from Bloodtoon. She has a bat that she whoops people with.
お前は僕の女にふさわしくない。セイラよりいい女になって出直してこい。まあ、一生無理だけどな。何しろセイラは永遠の17歳だからな。みたいな。
No girl could be better than Seiratan. I picked up the figure and rubbed it against my cheeks. Seiratan looked happy.
Tori the Third said, "This guy is delusional."
Yeah, he's not all there.
時間か。今のところテストに出るからな。ちゃんとノート書いておけよ。今日はここまで。起立。礼。
The math teacher, what was their name again? Well, it didn't matter. Left the room. The school day came to an end. The other students were all talking about where to go after school, heading off to their clubs, teams. Most of them immediately got ready to go home. Normally, as soon as the last chime rung, I would put my things together, go home. Today, I stayed in my seat, trying my best not to look at any of the other students. Today, I was meeting Yua. Normally, a date with a girl would be a WKTK situation. WKTK, mid-2000s Japanese net slang for hopeful and excited. For me, for today, it was just depressing. My nerves were all jittery. My stomach hurt. I had never agreed to go anywhere with a girl. I didn't know what to do. Would she even come? Maybe the whole thing yesterday was a prank. She was watching me from the shadows, laughing, I thought. In a way, that might be better than if she actually did come. Wait, did I even need to wait for her at
Tori
all?
the Third said, "You hurt this guy."
As far as I can tell, he hurt himself. As far as I can tell. Because he, at some point, moved into that storage container on top of his dad's place. His family's constantly telling him to come home. And he only comes to school enough to... So yeah, as far as I can tell, he hurt himself. Nobody's even bullying him in the school. Like they're distancing themselves, like he's creepy, but nobody's actively like bullying him even. If somebody was bullying him, I'd kind of understand this reaction, but he's just a creepy guy, man. Couldn't I just ditch her and go home? That was the way. She was in a different grade than me anyway. If I ditched her here, we would never meet again, unless she starts stalking you again. I made my decision, stood up.
たく、何してんだ?
Someone slapped me on the back, hard.
Tori the Third said, "I am a shut-in and even I am not this socially awkward."
Right? I mean, I literally only leave my apartment once or twice a month, and I can do better than this guy. It's not that hard. I didn't need to turn around to see who it was. The only person in the class weird enough to talk to me was Misumi.
お前帰らないのか? いつもならチャイムが鳴ると同時に消えるのによ。俺密かに匠の音速直帰って名付けてたんだぜ。
もう帰るよ。
誰か待ってるとか。
え?
How did you know?
なんだよ、図星かよ。
どうして？
なんだかやけにそわそわしてたからな。教室の入り口をさっきから何度も気にしてるし。
He was perceptive. I needed to be careful with what I said. Don't forget, Takumi, your goal is to stand out at school as little as possible. You have to be like the air itself.
別に誰も待ってないよ。
そうか? だったら今の間はなんだよ。
それは。
Crap. Misumi wasn't a bad guy. He could be really annoying at times like this. Read the room, jerk. Read the room. Take the hint, don't be an ass. A phrase commonly used by 2000s era Japanese otaku. When Takumi uses it, it most often means, take the hint, leave me alone. Oh, I just noticed WTK is 136, so there's at least 136 tips now. Kind of trying to figure out how many tips there are based off the numbers next to them. We're up to 136 now.
西条くん
My whole body froze. I turned toward the voice, feeling sheer terror. Yua was standing timidly at the door. Oh no. Thanks to Misumi, I had lost my chance to run away.
おい、なんだりゃ。どういうことだ？
It might have been the first time I had seen Misumi freak out like this. He wrapped an arm around my shoulder, pulled me in close, and looked me in the eye.
おい、タク、どういうことか説明しろよ。お前の彼女か。
違うよ。
I had told him 1,000 times that I didn't have any interest in 3D girls.
だったら何なんだよ。言っとくが、タクの姉ちゃんとかそういうオチは期待してねえからな。引きこもりのくせに何をどうやったらあんないい女と知り合えるんだ。
昨日急に付きまとわれて。
そりゃつまりあれか。逆難されたってことか。え？この。
He grabbed me by the jaw and shook me for a second before finally letting me go.
そうか。世の中には物好きってのもいるんだな。けど、タクがまともな性癖を持ってたみたいで、少し安心したぜ。
性癖って。それに彼女とは別に何も。
そうかそうか。頑張れよ、タク。
Misumi wasn't listening to me. He was all excited now and slapping my back harder than before. He was definitely teasing
Stream
me.
Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
安心しろって。お前の女を寝取ったりしねえから。
だからそういう関係じゃ。
ほら、さっさと行けよ。彼女、お待ちかねみたいだぜ。
He pushed me into her direction. I began to slowly walk forward. I guess I didn't get to run away after all.
迎えに来たの迷惑でした？
いや。
It sure as hell was. I looked back at Misumi. He was grinning, giving me the finger. I couldn't tell if he was cheering me on or trying to start a fight. There was no point in trying to deal with him anymore, so I decided to just leave the school.
すいません。昨日会ったばかりなのにこんなお願いをしてしまって。
いや。
I was really nervous. Me, leaving school with a girl, like a real Ryuju, like a popular kid. I thought this was a world I would never have anything to do with. Otaku slang for someone whose real life is fulfilling and fun. Ryuju will have a girlfriend, lots of friends, and perhaps be on a sports team. Or in other words, a Chad. I never thought it would happen to me. Right now, there seemed to be an intense aura radiating from her. We were just walking side by side. Why did I feel so nervous? I still didn't know who she was, what she
Rory
wanted.
III said, "You don't have to be a popular kid to leave school with a girl."
Right? You just need some chloroform in it. I mean, what? Right? Yeah, you don't have to be popular. Anyway, what would she want with a creepy otaku like me?
おとといの
2 days ago, huh?
は
いや、
She started talking out of nowhere, so I got surprised, said something weird sounding. She seemed to be nervous too. Her expression was tense. She was older than me, actually quite innocent. It was pretty moe. Not that I could do much more than glance at her every so often. I was too embarrassed to look her in the eye.
おとといのブラチュー見ましたよね。
うん。
私一箇所だけいまいちよくわからないところがあったんですけど、すすむくんがセイラちゃんのピンチに駆けつけてきて助けてくれますよね。でもどうしてすすむくんはセイラちゃんが危ないって分かったのかなって。
Okay, a little bit of a theory here, maybe. Maybe she's not sus. Maybe she's just hella awkward. I know there are some Japanese families that are like, you can't do that kid stuff, animes for kids and stuff. So maybe she's just trying to find someone to reach out to talk about anime with. Maybe she's not sus.
あ、あれは先週の回に伏線があったんだ。セイラの携帯が鳴ってるシーンが一瞬だけ挿入され
Tori
て
the
て、
Third
着信表示で進むの名前が
she
出て
is both sus and awkward.
ああ、そういえばそんなシーンありましたね。
山田がそういう細かい伏線をあちこちに貼るのが好きなんだ。キンゴルでも似たようなことをやってた。
山田くキンゴル？
いや、山田くっていうのはブラチューの監督の愛称だよ。で、山田くがブラチューの前に監督やってたアニメがキンゴル。
へえ、じゃあ山田くさんって有名な監督さんなんですね。
まあ僕は好きな方かな。なんでかっていうと、
I started lecturing her on anime. The next thing I knew, we were at Anime-ite. We had gotten here much faster than I expected. I had gotten really excited and talked too much again. Yua was a great listener. Whenever I showed off some random piece of knowledge, she would actually get really interested. I knew this whole thing was a trap. I kept talking anyway. I'm so bad at speaking. This had never happened before. It felt like chatting online. It was kind of weird.
なんだかドキドキしてきました。先に帰ったりしないでくださいね。
うん。
She went up to the clerk with an expression of intense nervousness on her face, ordered the Seira post-awakening version figure. All I did was stand back and watch. I kept looking for a chance to run away. She kept shooting nervous glances at me. I couldn't move. Afterward, at her request, I showed her around the store. She was happy to find all kinds of things she might want to buy. I didn't have the energy left to smile back at her. Yua came to school by train, so I was forced to go with her to Shinsen Station. She might look like an airhead. She wasn't. Whenever she wanted something, she knew just how to make me give it to her. Okay, so yeah, she's gold digging. She gold digging. Okay. She was a black character. 2000s era net slang for a person with a black-hearted personality, specifically someone who is friendly, kind on the surface, and their heart harbors malice towards others. Certain people, mostly otaku, find this gap between surface personality
Tori
and
the
her thoughts
Third
to be very
said,
moe.
she is one of those manipulative psychopaths.
Well, as long as she gives good head, I mean, what?
西条くんって携
Do
帯
you
は持
have
っ
a
てないんです
phone?
か？
No, we don't. She suddenly asked me that just as we got to the station. A phone. I shook my head, slightly sad.
持ってないんですか。それじゃ連絡が取れないですね。
連絡？
Contact me for what? Are you going to keep bugging me instead of leaving me alone?
でも西条くんパソコン持ってましたよね。私も持ってるからメールアドレスを交換しませんか？
どうして？
そのフィギュアの発売日に取りに行かなくちゃいけませんよね。その時にまた一緒に。まだ一人でアニメ8に行く勇気はないから。
Clever.
それに
She was a clever one.
私西条くんと
I knew it. I couldn't say no. If I did, I would be the bad guy here.
もっと
3D girls were truly terrifying.
仲良くなりたいから。
Was it just that I wasn't used to talking to people? Was she just a master persuader? It felt like she wasn't going to go home until I gave her my email address. Yet she seemed nervous as she looked up at me from behind her glasses. For some reason, I felt my will to resist draining away. My skin felt clammy. A cold chill was running down my spine. I couldn't run away, say no. There was something strange about Yua. Something that wasn't normal. I couldn't explain
Tori
what.
the Third said, I mean, he is not wrong.
What exactly wasn't normal about her? Other than the fact that she's talking to an otaku and everybody said you were gross, is actively engaging in your interest, even though everybody else says it's gross. I mean, yeah, there's nothing specifically that is tipping you off here at all. But she definitely wasn't normal. The next thing I knew, I had written my email address on a scrap of notebook paper, handed it to her. She looked happy as she took it, then bowed, disappeared into the station. I stood there for a solid 10 minutes with a blank look on my face, like my soul had drained out of my body. What would you think about a girl like that? I don't know what to do. I mean, it feels like she's up to something. She has to be. Hey, are you listening, Grim? What's the name of this H game? That night, I asked Grim about Yua. It felt like I wasn't getting anywhere on my own. I've got serious suspicions that Grim is that guy at school. It just almost feels like it, but I'm not completely sure there. That was the answer I got. To be fair, this was the same reaction I had the first time I talked to her. I was an idiot to ask you in the first place.
Tori
Wait.
the Third said, I bet that Grim is the girl.
Maybe, but he's been friends with Grim for a long time, it feels like, but I'm not sure. Wait, you're serious? You're such a lucky bastard. I didn't think you had it in you. I thought you said you weren't even into 3D girls. It's not like that. Grim was reacting just like Misumi. Mm-hmm. Maybe the two of them were actually the same person. Well, guys like you, Nightheart, who've never dated a girl in your life, often quit being otaku the minute you get a girlfriend. Your girlfriend's not going to like these 10-minute monologues about school swimsuits. I mean, really. What's wrong with monologues about school swimsuits? This guy is a goner. Somebody needs to do something about him. I just heard Seirotan's voice. I had set that voice to play whenever I got an email. I looked over at my inbox. The sender's name was Yua Kusunoki.
うわ、早速来た。
I got an email just now. An email from a 3D girl. I had never gotten one before. I gulped, opened it. Hello, this is Yua Kusunoki. Sorry for sending you an email out of the blue like this. It would make me very happy if you saved my email address in your contacts list. Sorry for bringing you along with me today. It made me very happy. Maybe because I had never been to a store like that before. Or I think it was because I was with you, maybe. What time are you coming to school tomorrow? The reason I'm asking is I want to say hello in the morning. Kinda. Those I hope we run into each other tomorrow, even if it's just by chance. I don't know how to make the text box disappear. Usually there's a button, but I'm not sure about the buttons in this game yet. Bye, and send you another email later. Good night. You could sense her elegance, femininity coming off the page. The emojis also made her friendly and approachable. It was because I was with you, Nishijo. I want to say hello in the morning. It felt like she might be plotting something. Show me what it said. It's totally normal. Basically just a hello. Shut up and upload it. Upload. Why did the screen go black? Oh, okay, I guess we were uploading it. Okay, he's typing the whole thing out, I see. Okay. Grim was being obnoxious, so I decided to type in the whole message for him. Of course, I didn't type in our personal information. What is this? It feels like she's head over heels for you. Die in a fire, Nightheart. Help me out here, man. It's some kind of trap. Right, right. It's all a big conspiracy. You're overthinking things, aren't you? It sure looks like she's into you. You're almost at the good ending. I mean, this is impossible. I'm a creepy otaku. Why would a cute girl from the real world want to date me? Dude, you're just bragging now. Help me out here. Calm down. You're just overthinking things. She and you have a lot in common, right? There aren't many nice girls like that left. I knew that. She was too nice. It was creepy. I mean, the stalker stuff at the start was a little much. That just goes to show how much she likes you, right? She's an anime fan, right? She's like the ideal girlfriend for an otaku anyway. Get her to go along with all your weird-ass fantasies. That actually sounded pretty appealing. No, no, no. That was just what she wanted me to think. She came on to you. Be grateful. I'm not into 3D girls. Yeah,
そうだ
right.
けど。
You want to date her really badly, right? This is your chance to stop being an otaku. You'll never get another chance like it. I'm sure of it. This is your chance. Stop being a wimp and go for it. Be like Nightheart in the real world. Go for it. If only I could. Life would be so much easier. Talking to her today, the day before, taught me that. It could be fun, make me happy. It was also exhausting, a pain in the butt. If it was that hard, I would be better off living a peaceful, relaxing life with 2D girls. I decided not to answer Yua's email. The fire was burning. Long tongues of flames danced within the incinerator. Inside it, a sailor uniform. Several textbooks were being burnt to ash. A house in the foothills, overlooking the Seto Inland Sea. In the distance, you could hear the whistles of the ships. A salt breeze gently shook the trees around the house. Despite her idyllic surroundings, the small girl in front of the incinerator, Kozui Orihara, was in a miserable state. Her eyes reflected the red light of the fire as she watched the sailor uniform textbooks burn to ash in the incinerator. Until yesterday, that had been her uniform. Those had been her textbooks. She was the one who had put them in the incinerator. She must have still felt some attachment to them because she kept staring at them. Suddenly she winced in pain, put her hands tightly over her ears. She opened her mouth. That was all she could do. She couldn't moan, cry. All she could do was gasp for breath. She kept shaking her head as if begging for something to stop. Then she collapsed, falling onto the ground. She looked up, exhausted, at the sky. She stayed there, unmoving, for several minutes. Then, suddenly, she turned around. She was staring at the house's veranda. The house was made of wood, over 50 years old. Even though it was still daytime, much of the veranda was shrouded in deep shadow, leaving it in darkness. She slowly staggered up, walked toward it. Just then her mother appeared, as if she had been waiting.
あら、梢ちゃん。探してたのよ。もう荷物の整理はできたの？
Kozui nodded and sat on the veranda.
あさってにはもう、この家ともお別れなのね。
Her mother stood behind her, looked at the peaceful Seto Sea.
東京なんて行くの、梢ちゃんは初めてよね。いいお友達ができるといいわね。
Kozui didn't reply to her mother's kind words. She didn't shake her head, nod. She just stared sadly at the incinerator in the corner of the yard, the flames that still rose from it. Okay, no idea who that is, but apparently that's the second girl that we've seen that we haven't seen in the main story so far. Just random little blurbs. No idea what's going on with those people. It was a week after, on a school day. As usual, I headed to school in a gloomy mood, staring down at my feet as I went. Fall was clearly at hand. The trees in Shoto Park were changing colors. I was starting to feel cold in my short-sleeved shirt. Since I spent almost all my time in my room, it always felt strange when the seasons changed like this. It still felt like summer to me. I had spent the whole weekend playing ESO. Grim kept asking about Yua. I just ignored him. I couldn't trust her. It was just impossible.
西条くん、どうしたんですか？
え？
ずっと立ち止まってるので。
I started walking fast to leave her behind. She jogged to catch up with me.
昨日、西条くんのクラスに行ったんですけど、いませんでしたよね。もしかして風邪でもひいて休んでるんじゃないかと思って心配だったんです。でも元気そうでよかった。
たまにしか。
はい？
僕、たまにしか学校来ない。みんなから引きこもりって思われてる。
You're disgusted, aren't you? You learned who I really am. Now you don't like me anymore, right? That's fine. I never expected anything in the first place. Go ahead. Think I'm creepy, then just leave me alone.
そうですか。でも今日は会えてよかったです。
I didn't know how to react to that. I found myself staring into her smile. Our eyes met, then I quickly lowered my gaze.
Tori the Third said, I mean, that's better than me, who is really a hikikomori.
I think he would be if he wasn't worried about graduating. I genuinely think if he wasn't focused on graduating, he really would be. It's just a matter of time, is all it is. Why wasn't she treating me like she thought I was creepy?
っていうか、たまにでも学校に来てるなら、西条くんは引きこもりじゃないと思います。すいません。分かったようなこと言っちゃって。
でも、苦痛だよ。
だとしたら、偉いです。
え？
That wasn't something I ever expected to hear. What was impressive about a loser like me? Yua smiled gently. It was a smile that could heal a wounded heart. That's how it felt to me.
だって、西条くんは辛いのに頑張って学校に来ていますから。普通なら、普通は来られないですよ。
でも、僕はオタだし、キモいし。
私、西条くんの話を聞くの好きですよ。
What? Why was she telling me all this? Why did it feel so good? It felt like she was holding me in a warm embrace. Like she was telling me that it was okay for me to be here. Maybe with her help I could go back to being a normal person.
大変、予例ですよ。
Suddenly I realized that there were barely any students left around us. They had all gone inside the school building.
西条くん、それじゃあ私、失礼します。あ、今日の放課後、時間ありますか？
え？
もし、よかったら、一緒に帰りましょう。
She spoke softly, her cheeks turning a little red.
放課後、中庭で待ってます。もし気が向いたら、来てください。あ、無理に来なくても全然平気ですから。失礼します。
She bowed politely, headed off into the third-year wing. As I watched her go, I pinched my cheek. Just as I thought, this wasn't a dream or a
Tori the
delusion.
Third said, This is really weird. Why is this girl so into this guy?
I have no idea. I'm sure we'll find out eventually, but I have no idea. I spent the whole day's worth of classes in a daze. I don't think I heard a single thing the teachers said. I just rested my chin on my hand, stared out at the autumn sky. Neither of my classmates nor the teachers paid the slightest bit of attention to me. Yua paid attention to me. She wasn't like the rest of those assholes. I sat there the whole day, thinking about her, indulging in one delusion after another. Before I knew it, school was over.
よタク、今日もデートか？この前のメガネのことはうまくいってるんだろうな。おいおい、ニートだからって躊躇してんなよ。向こうがお前のこと気に入ってくれてんなら、付き合うか付き合わないかはともかくやっちまうのが礼儀。
そんなことしないよ。
おい、なんだよいきなり大声出して。
ユアとはそんなことし
Tori
ない。
the Third said, "This guy seems very feminine to me, so his deep voice is kind of strange."
は？お前まだ言ってんの？なんで最初から諦めるんだよ。そろそろ引きこもりから卒業しようぜ。
僕は引きこもりじゃない。
That's not what I meant anyway. Misumi only cared about sleeping with girls. He wouldn't understand. Assuming it's not all bluff, which I'm kind of suspecting at this point. I ran past a confused-looking Misumi, quickly left the classroom. The fastest way to get to the courtyard from the second-year classrooms was to go across the connecting corridor to the third-year students' building, then head down the stairs. At least, as far as I knew. I didn't come to school that often, so I didn't know what led where. I didn't even know where some places, like most of the special classrooms, were. So I was a little nervous when I went down the connecting corridor. There was a girl standing in the middle of the corridor, staring up at the sky. She had a very stern expression
Stream
on her
Elements
face.
said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
She didn't seem lost in thought or anything like that. She was clearly in a place that would block traffic. She wasn't moving at all. Come on, I know you hear my footsteps getting closer. Get out of the way. I'm in a hurry. For some reason, she felt like a DQN. I needed to make sure not to get closer. Let her notice me. Just as I tried to walk past this girl, who I had decided to call Girl B.
おい、
Crap. She talked to me. Was she going to mug me? Was she going to say she didn't like my face, then take me to her group of DQN friends so they could beat me up? Please, no. What did I ever do to you? I glanced over at her to find she was glaring at me.
お前誰だ？
I wasn't sure how to answer that. I was Takumi Nishijo, obviously. I had never met this girl, so there was no way she would know that. She must be planning to do something really terrible to me.
すいません。
I bowed quickly, being careful not to look at her, then ran away at top speed. I ran down the staircase in the third-year wing, out the doors, then glanced behind me. The scary girl didn't seem to have followed me. The 3D world was an awful place. There were traps everywhere. I took a few deep breaths, looked around the courtyard. The courtyard was between the pool, the school building, was really more of a corridor than a yard. There were flower beds placed at regular intervals where purple flowers bloomed. What were those flowers called? I didn't know. I saw Yua standing in front of one of the flower beds, staring down at it while she waited. She was really here. She was really waiting for me. Not for anybody else, just for me. Yua wasn't going to betray me. Maybe I could believe in her after all. Maybe she could save me. Yua looked up, noticed me. Then her eyes went wide in surprise. I stood there looking away in embarrassment. I didn't know if it was okay to walk up to her or not. Why was she surprised? Did I mess up by coming? as I tried to
Tori
figure
the
out what
third
to do.
said, I have got to go. I might be back later. Bye.
Stay safe, friends, and thank you for coming. I hope you stay safe and yeah. Sometimes I just stumble on the words. Sometimes I just stumble. It happens. Stay safe either way.
びっくりしました。
え？
西条くんが本当に来てくれるなんて。どうせ来てもらえないって諦めかけてたんです。でも待っててよかった。
I was surprised. She might have the same kind of mentality I did, the kind that was pessimistic about everything. There was one big difference between Yua and me. I was pessimistic, didn't do anything. Yua was pessimistic, took action. That was something I really respected about her. I wanted to be that way too, I thought.
一緒に帰ってくれますか？
I nodded in response to her question. She and I headed for the school gate together. I felt kind of embarrassed. As we walked home, it felt like the other students were shooting me jealous glances. The more I started to notice people staring, the more I started to freeze up. I should have known there was no way I could walk home with a girl. I passed by a teacher I didn't recognize. Actually, the only reason I thought they were a teacher was that they were wearing a suit. Did we have any teachers that young? I rarely came to school, so of course I didn't know who our teachers were or what they looked like. Sometimes I even forgot my homeroom teacher's face. The teacher in the suit looked around, seemingly lost, before heading toward the school building.
どうしました？
I quickly shook my head, started walking alongside her again. The base was 10 minutes away from school, which was a bit further than the train station at Shinsen Yua used to go home. I guess I was walking her home instead of the other way around. Out of sheer habit, I walked us through Shoto Park. Cutting through it diagonally shaved a minute or so off the commute.
西条くんって朝よくこの公園でパンを食べてませんか？
Oh yeah, stalker, stalker, stalker.
うん。
Mm-hmm. How did she stalking you, bro?
やっぱりよく見かけたんです。
Mm-hmm.
いる時といない時があって、今日ようやくその謎が解けました。学校にたまにしか来ないからだったんですね。あ、別にそれがダメって言ってるわけじゃなくてですね、素朴な疑問だったので。
うん。
Yua suddenly stopped, looked over at the bench where I always ate breakfast. Right now, it was empty.
なんだかここに座っているあなたの背中はすごく辛そうに見えて。
She suddenly leaned forward just a little, ran her fingers across the back of the bench.
何度も見かけるうちにだんだん気になってきて。
The bench was right in front of the fence surrounding the lake. Since I always sat facing the lake, I didn't need to worry about anyone gazing at me. There was also a small watermill right next to it, which was another reason I liked it. It served to partially hide me.
ここ最近は姿を見かけなかった日は心配でご飯も喉を通らなかったりしてたんです。
Really? I hadn't noticed her watching me at all.
バカみたいですよね。一度も話したこともない人の心配してるなんて。でも話しかける勇気もなかったので。
So that was why she was acting like a stalker at first. She wasn't a stalker, she was just really worried about me. Maybe.
ちょっと座ってみてもいいですか？ 西条くんがどんな景色を見ていたのか、私も知りたいから。
I didn't really have a reason to say no. I nodded, still looking out at the lake. She put her bag on the bench, then quietly sat down. Then she sat upright, with good posture, looking at the lake. It was so quiet, so peaceful, and she was right there with me. The soft wind made ripples on the water, gently rustled through her hair. Was this what it was like to have a normal life? It was just a normal day, a normal situation. So why did it feel like I was about to cry?
ここで朝食をとるのって気持ちよさそうですよね。
I watched her from the side as she quietly spoke. If we were in an H game, this would totally be when I asked her to be my girlfriend. She would say yes, we would kiss, and that would be the good ending. Or, well, if it's a true H game, you would do it right there on the bench. But anyway, depending on the route, maybe we would even engage in some. Okay, I should have read the rest of the statement.
私も今度やってみようかな。
She tilted her head to look up at me. Unable to speak, I turned my gaze toward her bag. As I stared at the 3 Garo froggy straps on it, I cursed myself for being too lame to talk to a girl. Oh, we got another situation. So yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here, but this is our 4th one. So wait a second. Did I just see something? What was I looking at? Garo Froggy, a character popular with high school girls. I had seen it somewhere before. Where? I didn't understand. I had the sense of deja vu, but I couldn't remember. Was my memory always this bad? I was pretty good at memorization. I always got good grades on my tests. I was pretty smart. So why couldn't I remember something so important? At least it felt important. And the ads have started on Twitch, so I'm going to go fetch me some more water while they do that. You guys take a break, eh? Water. Tasty, tasty water. Well, technically it's Kool-Aid because I use Crystal Light. Tasty, tasty strawberry. Who doesn't love strawberries? Okay. If I looked at them closer, maybe I could remember. I wasn't sure what would happen if I did remember, but... And we are still going on B Stream. Cool. To escape from the awful feeling of not knowing, I almost unconsciously reached out my hand toward the 3 straps. Yua suddenly knocked my hand away. As I stared in shock, she looked away from me, awkwardly tried to stand up from the bench. Her hand brushed against her bag. The bag with the 3 Garo Froggy straps. As if I was watching in slow motion, the bag fell slowly from the bench, landed on the ground. It hadn't been zipped up, so her notebooks, textbooks went... I just figured something out. What if she thinks we're the killer? What if she thinks we're the killer? She was Googling it on the internet cafe, and she is one of those crazy chicks who love following serial killers and trying to figure out serial killers. That's why she's acting all nice. She's trying to figure out if we're the ones killing. She thinks, why did I not think of that before? That makes so much sense. She's trying to figure out if we're the ones doing it. She's trying to be a little Nancy Drew over here. That's why she's sucking up to us. It hadn't been zipped up, so her notebooks, textbooks went spilling everywhere.
私ったら何をやってるんでしょう。
Just a few minutes ago, I would have thought the whole scene was very moe. Now all I could do was stare in shock because, by chance, one of the notebooks that fell to the ground had fallen open. The small memos, newspaper clippings in it had scattered everywhere. It must have been some kind of scrapbook, because all the clippings, memos, had to do with one subject. I could see it clearly. New Gen.
なんて。
My voice was hoarse. She was hurriedly trying to pick up the clippings, notes, stuff them back into her bag. She stood up, holding it tightly to her chest. Her smile was gone, replaced with an awkward expression.
それは。
She didn't answer me. Why won't you answer me? Come on, say something. If you don't answer, I'll think you're hiding something. Just when I was about to believe you, just when I thought you were going to be on my side, just when I was starting to believe that.
誰も信じちゃダメ。誰の言葉にも耳を傾けちゃダメ。
Sarah was right all along. All 3D girls were garbage. Even Yua didn't like me. She was just trying to get close to me for some reason of her own. Maybe she was going to turn me over to the police. Maybe she was going to threaten me. This was awful. Just awful. Just when I was so close to forgetting all about that murder. The cops had never come to say anything. I had convinced myself I would never have to deal with it again. I didn't want to get involved. What was Yua after? I turned around so I could run. Yua grabbed my wrist from behind.
逃げるの？
Her voice made me shudder. It was so cold I thought I might freeze. She didn't seem anything like the girl I had been talking to a moment ago. She was gripping my wrist with incredible strength. She was holding it so tightly that it was physically painful. I thought for a moment that she might crush my bones. It hurt so bad. I tried to shake her off. She wouldn't let go. Instead, she pulled me closer. I almost fell backwards.
逃げるの
She whispered in an emotionless voice, right behind me, right into my ear. I shivered, slowly turned around. The color in her eyes was insane.
逃がさないよ。騙してたことは謝るけど、お互い様だし。あなただって隠してたことあるよね。
Hiding something. There was only one thing I could think of. Somehow, for some reason, she knew that I had witnessed the crucified corpse, the killer. That's why she had approached me. She really was a clever one. Everything she had ever said to me was a lie. That she had gotten curious about me when she saw me for the first time. That she liked Bloodtoon. That she wanted to go buy the Sarah post-awakening version figure on the day it came out with me. When she had smiled at something I had said. When she had said she wanted to get to know me better. Well, she did want to get to know you better, technically. When she said she was worried that I didn't come to school. Even when she said I had impressed her by coming to school. It was all lies. I clenched my fist in rage, anger. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Why was I ever willing to believe her?
本当はもっと時間をかけて調べたかったんだけど、バレちゃったからしょうがないよね。あなたに聞いてもらいたい話があるの。聞いてくれるよね。聞かないなんて言わないよね。あなたは聞くべき。聞いて。
Oh, get over here. Get over here. Thank you.
聞くでしょ。聞かないなら。
If we won't listen, what? If I won't listen, then what? She was like a totally different person now. That peaceful, easygoing manner she had had was completely gone. Now she looked cold, unapproachable, with a terrible intensity about her. Her words were cold as ice, as cold as death itself. The signs of weakness, helplessness she normally showed were nowhere to be found. I didn't want to hear those words. I tried to close my ears. I couldn't. She still had my wrist in her grasp. She wasn't gripping it as tightly as before. She still wouldn't let go. I couldn't move my hand. With her free hand, she reached into her bag, took out something metallic, showed it to me. I gasped in shock. My heart felt like it was about to leap out of my chest. My mind began to race. I had my free hand over my ear. I let it drop. I heard her voice, sounding slightly disappointed.
この十字架に見覚えあるよね。
Of course I did. I knew exactly what it was. It looked like a cross. It was actually a stake. Not many stakes had such an elaborate design. At least I had only seen some once before. That night, scattered on the road. That night, pounded by the demon woman into the wall. That night, pinning the corpse to the wall.
やっぱり知ってるのね。知ってるんでしょ。知ってるに決まってる。知らないなんて言わせない。知ってなくちゃおかしい。知ってるよね。知ってるよね。
I shook my head desperately. An awful sweat was forming on my brow. All I could do was to try to wipe it off as I shook my head no.
これ あなたの部屋にあったのよ。あなたの部屋、ベッドの下、床に落ちてた。落ちてた。落としたよね。それとも捨てた？とにかく落ちてた。落ちてたの。
When did she search my room? The day we first met. When I hurt my leg, she walked me home. When she was staring with shining eyes, a cute face at the Sarah figure.
この杭、外国製のすごく珍しい杭なのよ。それとニュージェネ第3の事件で使われた杭と同じ。同じなの。同じよね。同じなのは間違いない。同じよ。遺体を壁に貼り付けにした杭と同じ。
I was sure of it. This girl thought I was behind the New Gen killings. She thought I was the murderer. Was she trying to be some kind of detective? Yua Kusunoki, teen detective. You know what I thought? Die, bitch. I meant it too. They weren't just empty words. I mean, this stuff might have worked in an anime or a video game. I knew that her theory had a fatal flaw. I had seen the killer. I had seen her with my own eyes, that demon. The girl whose name I didn't know. She wore a Suime uniform. She was close.
だから
She looked down, sighed softly. Her grip relaxed. At last I was freed.
それ以上でもそれ以下でもないです。ただあなたが知ってるかどうかを確かめたかっただけ。本当はまだ言うつもりじゃなかったですし。
What does she mean by yet?
それじゃあもう一つ確認させてください。あなたには予知能力がありますか？
Seeing the future. The ability to see the future before it happens. This is distinct from the ability to predict the future, where one lays out what they think will happen based off of the information they have at hand. There is no scientific proof that it's possible to see the future. Different people manifest this ability in different ways. Some see the future in the form of flashbacks, and others see it in prophetic dreams. Psychic, fortune tellers, ancient prophets are all said to possess this ability. Many con artists, however, claim to have it for the purpose of fraud.
は？
My jaw dropped. See the future. What the hell was she talking about? What did that have to do with the murder? I stood there confused as Yua reached into her bag, pulled out several full-color
予知
printouts.
能力があるって思わなきゃ納得できないような画像データをあなたが持っていたから。
The Guro photos that Shogun sent me. Why did Yua have them?
これ
あなたはどうしてニュージェネ第3の事件の再現画像を持っているんですか？しかもこの画像が流出したのは事件の前日です。あなたの使った PC にキャッシュが残ってました。
違う。
I got those photos from some guy named Shogun
Stream
that I had
elements.
never even met
Said.
before that day.
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
I didn't make them. They should still be in my download history. I know. I could show that to Yua. Wait, where did she get these? How did she know they were still in my computer's cache? When she came to my room, she wasn't there long enough to search my computer.
まさか君が将軍か。
Was she trying to set me up? Was Yua behind this whole thing? Was she one of the new Gen killers, trying to use me as a scapegoat to distract the police from the truth?
助けて。
This wasn't fair. Why me? Because I'm a creepy loser? Because I don't have any friends? Yua just shook her head silently.
その画像はアットカフェルーム37の PC から拾ったんです。あなたの PC もできれば調べたかったんですけど、その機会はさすがにありませんでした。
The room next to room 37, the one I always used at cafe. She really did think she was some kind of detective. She looked just like the slightest bit sorry as she stared at me. For just a single second, she looked like the old Yua. She kept that expression on her face as she rustled through her bag again. This time, she took out a sheet with printed text on it, offered it to me. I had an awful premonition. The logical part of my mind told me I shouldn't look. I had to. If I didn't find some way to resist, they would pin it on me.
それがあなたのすべてです。
Everything I was? Did she steal all my private information? Was she a hacker? My heart pounded as I looked at the printout. Instead of my private information, it was just a chat log. It was a log of Nightheart and Shogun.
そのログ変ですよね。
What's strange? It was just a normal chat log. I remembered the conversation I had with Shogun.
ナイトハルトと将軍の発言時間が全然噛み合ってないんです。
The timestamps don't match at all.
あ、
What was this? What was going on?
そこにあるナイトハルトは西条君。発言時間は9月28日の午前3時だ。そして翌日、あなたはアットカフェに行ってます。西条君がアットカフェに行くのは学校帰りと決まってる。そして学校に行くのは週に 2.5 回。あなたのクラスメートから聞いたんですけど、先週あなたが学校に来た日は月曜日、水曜日、木曜日。
Okay, hold up. Is this guy actually just having a mental breakdown here? Is he going schizophrenic on us? Is that what's going on? He's talking to himself and he doesn't even realize it. Is that what's going on here?
先週の月曜日は9月29日。将軍の発言時間と同じ日です。
What? What was she talking about?
ルーム37の PC のチャットログを調べさせてもらいました。そこから分かったことは、
She paused for just a moment before looking right at me, delivering a cruel truth.
あなた一人の自作自演。
Don't look at me.
将軍は
Don't look at me.
あなた自身。
Oh my.
何も見たくない。何も聞きたくない。時間は一定じゃない。記憶には矛盾がある。視界にはエラーがある。地球は回ってない。これはきっとゲームなんだ。
I turned on my computer, took a bite out of the fish sausage.
僕は僕じゃない。
The Sayritan wallpaper came up on the monitor.
僕がいるべき世界は
I booted up ESO without the slightest hesitation.
ここじゃないんだ。
Okay, so that's chapter 1. Finish chapter 1, Eyes and Eyes. I have no idea what the heck's going on right now, but okay. Beep beep. Anybody going on the field trip, get in. Takumi Nishijo lay on the tatami mat, a colored pencil in his hand. This time it was yellow. Just a few minutes ago it had been red. He was happily scribbling with his pencil across the whole of his open sketchbook. Takumi liked to draw. Even during class, he was always scribbling something in the corner of his notebook. The TV was turned on, showing the morning news. For a fourth grader like him, though, the news was boring. He didn't look at it at all. You can't bring more than $3 for snacks. He was drawing a yellow bus, pretending he was the bus driver. The bus is full, so off we go. Whoosh! He envisioned the scene in his head as he put it onto the page. It wasn't uncommon for him to get too excited and let his pencil go off the sketchbook and onto the tatami mat. Whenever that happened, his little sister Nanami would yell, "Hey, don't mess up the mat." She was a little brat, and he didn't care. He kept drawing anyway. When it came time to draw the passengers on the bus, he suddenly stopped. And then he ripped the sketchbook up. Yesterday, the day before he was supposed to go on the class's fall field trip, he had suddenly been told by his parents that he couldn't go. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. He had been excited the whole day. So, when his parents told him, he refused to accept it. He cried and said he was going to go no matter what, but it didn't matter. No matter what he said, his parents wouldn't listen. "We're saying this for your sake. It's impossible for you." That's all they would say. So he hid under his covers and got mad. So mad he thought he might tear his blanket apart. He hated his parents from the bottom of his heart. That's how important, how critical the field trip was to little fourth grade Takumi. Everybody else got to go and he didn't. From his perspective, it was totally unfair. In his mind, there were two worlds. A lonely world where he was the only resident, and a fun world where everyone else got to be. He hated his teacher and his classmates for going without him, and he hated his parents for telling him he couldn't go. It wasn't long before that hatred boiled over. He bit his lip so hard it drew blood, and began to mutter a curse over and over. I wish nobody got to go. The next morning, the phone started ringing really early. His mom would pick it up and answer it, seemingly shaken by something. She would set it down, and a little later it would ring again. Takumi couldn't sleep at all. It was past 9 a.m. Nanami was sitting on a cushion reading manga. She had said, "I'll stay home from school with you," the day before, and so there she was. His dad had gone into work and was nowhere to be seen. His mom was so busy answering the phone that she hadn't made breakfast. Today he didn't need to go to school. Glumly he began to draw in his sketchbook, but it did nothing to help assuage his anger, and just when he had ripped it up in frustration,
あれこの
There was a note of worry in Nanami's voice. He thought she was talking about his picture, but her eyes were glued to the TV.
ねえお母さん
Suddenly, she called out for their mom, who was still talking on the phone. Takumi looked disinterestedly over at the TV. It was showing a collapsed bridge on the highway. Only a small 50-meter section of the bridge had collapsed. A bus had been traveling right over the bridge at the time and had fallen through the hole. It was the bus Takumi was supposed to have been on. It was the one his classmates were all on. In a single instant, Takumi was able to envision almost everything that had happened. His classmates were all there. Some were crying, some had faces covered in blood. One was being carried off in a stretcher. A reporter was explaining the accident with a stern expression on his face, but Takumi couldn't understand what he was talking about.
タクちゃん大変よ
His mom was standing in the room's doorway, holding the phone in her hand and looking deathly pale.
遠足のバスが高速道路で事故に遭っちゃったんだって
それ今テレビでやってる
それで斉藤先生が
Dead. For some reason, Takumi was sure of it, because everything he was seeing on the TV was just like the scene he had envisioned last night in his frustration and anger. In his mind, there was only a single thought, a strange certainty that he had the ability to see the future. He remembered a TV program he had seen years ago about whether psychic powers were real or not. There was a psychic on the show who could see the future and put their powers to incredible use during the tests the show had given. At the time, it was a huge deal. In the test, 12 items were put into 12 boxes, numbered 1 to 12, and they had to guess which one would be put in which. The psychic would be in another room before anything happened and make their guesses there. Afterward, the show staff would put the items into the boxes, and the results would be checked. Astonishingly, the psychic was 90% accurate, amazing the rest of the cast. Takumi had been watching the show, and he had made his own predictions as well. Every single one was right. Of course, he had never told anybody this. But that's why now he thought that he had foretold the crash unfolding on the screen.
クラスの半数以上の子が怪我したらしくてはあなんてこと
His mother tried to reach down and pick him up, but he slid past her and crawled to the corner of the room.
でも本当によかったわ
She whispered in a hollow voice, her gaze wandering around the room.
今日タクちゃんを休ませておいて本当によかった
Takumi felt like he was about to throw up. It was all rotten, he thought. What good was seeing the future? In that moment, he felt his heart turn cold. For a while, he didn't talk to anyone. He became completely silent. He didn't say a single word to a single person. His parents were already overprotective, but this only made it worse. He gradually started to find them ridiculous and began to keep up his silent act deliberately. That was his way of getting back at his parents, he thought. He was so quiet that they took him to a psychiatrist at a general hospital. He was diagnosed with PTSD. Of course, he didn't have PTSD, so he never took the medicine they gave him. He just pretended to take it. His parents never picked up on the act, and even when he saw how worried and miserable they looked, he didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. It all felt like a lie. The whole world was filled with fiction. It was filled with evil, evil that was out to get me.
いつもあなたが使っているチャットルームへログインして自分で調べてみてください。私の言っていることが間違っていないってわかるはずです。それと私が言ったことは全部本心です。これだけは信じて。
After her bizarre speech, she added that last sentence, and then left. Of course, I couldn't believe her. How could I believe her when she had lied to me? The everything I was that she had shown me was something I refused to accept, no matter what. I wanted to believe there was no way I could be Shogun. From the timestamps on the chat log, it was clear that the conversation didn't make sense.
僕は無遊病なの？
Sleepwalking, also known as somnambulism or noctambulism, sufferers of this disorder will get up from bed while sleeping, especially during non-REM sleep, and engage in activities such as wandering around the house, eating, or bathing. They cannot, however, engage in any but the simplest of conversations. Each case is different, but generally this state lasts around 30 minutes before the person goes back to bed and returns to sleep. The sufferer is completely unconscious at all points and has no memory of their actions. Sleepwalking is most commonly seen in people with other mental issues, and it's believed that stress is the cause. At the time that Shogun had sent these messages, I hadn't been asleep. I had been at cafes, sure. I hadn't been asleep. I couldn't have been sleepwalking. Then why didn't I have any memories at all of writing these comments as Shogun? Was my body under somebody else's control? The very idea was ridiculous. I decided what I needed to escape from all the lies was some good old ESO, my other fictional world. In ESO, everything was a lie. It was just a game after all. In Baselard, I could be a Nightheart, a godlike being. If only the lies, fictions could be like this, I could accept reality. I wanted to be here forever. What's wrong with that? Maybe. ESO's world was the real one. This one was the fake. This one was the game. Takumi Nishijo was just a fictional character. My true identity was Nightheart.
ねえ、ナイトハルト。
I called out to the paladin on the screen. Am I controlling you, or are you controlling me? Are you the real person? I'm the avatar? What if the world I'm in is a game? If that was the case, it would explain everything. If somebody was staring at me right now, just like how I was staring at Nightheart, whose eyes are those? The answer to that question would be the player controlling me. If that was the case, then I wish they would stop sucking at the game so much. An avatar doesn't get to complain, and a gamer can only do what's within the confines of the game. They can't stop sucking if they don't have any other choice to make more controls. It would explain how Shogun and I could be the same person. It was like with Lieslot. Lieslot and Nightheart couldn't exist in Baselard at the same time. They both had the same player, me. Maybe in the same way, Takumi Nishijo and Shogun couldn't both exist in this world at the same time. Maybe it was like a bug. Speaking of bugs, maybe these strange women appearing, the murder cases were all bugs too. The images Shogun sent me flashed through my mind. I winced. I shook my head desperately. I wanted to run away from everything. If there is a player controlling me, then please reset the game. Just start over from character creation. The waiting room at the university hospital was filled to overflowing with old people waiting for their exams. Nothing has changed since I had first come here several years ago. It was as if time itself had stopped. Everyone wore a gloomy expression. Between that and the stench of disinfectant, the air was heavy, stale. 5 minutes in this room was enough to make you want to kill yourself. I didn't like hospitals. The lobbies were filled with people. Once you went down a hallway, it felt like you were completely alone. They would always really scare me. It felt like the halls were full of the stench of death. It always seemed to me that death was the true face of a hospital. If you went further down the hallways, you would find even more terrifying, awful secrets. And in most hospitals, if you go down to the basement, yeah, if you know, you know. So, to tell the truth, I didn't want to come. There was something I had to know, so I had no choice but to sit here waiting for my exam. Even while I was playing ESO, the words Jiwa had said kept spinning through my mind. I couldn't concentrate at all. I ended up staying awake all night, imagining all kinds of terrible things. Started to get really scared of there being something wrong with me. At last I had decided to go to a hospital so I could get a doctor to tell me that I was completely normal. I wanted to prove that Yua was the crazy one, not me. I was used to coming to the psych ward of this hospital. When the lady at the front desk had asked me if it was my first time here, I had nodded without thinking about it. But it wasn't my first time at all. Ever since the bus accident, my parents had taken me here on a regular basis. When I got to middle school, my doctor told me I was completely cured, and I had stopped going. It had been about 4.5 years since I had last come here. The first doctor to look at me was an old man who was supposedly an authority in his field, but he had only talked to me the first few times before handing me off to one of his students. Of course, his student wasn't that much younger either. If anything, he had looked older than the first one. That doctor, Dr. Takashina, had said something to me that I would remember last night.
ここは病気や怪我だけじゃなくて心にも効く病院なんだよ。
I didn't like the hospital, but he was really nice, and he seemed like a really good guy. Not that this had stopped me. I had kept up my act of deceiving the adults. It was Dr. Takashina who had seen through my deception, though, and had given me an official diagnosis of completely cured.
あの人に調べてもらえれば。
What would he say if he knew I had grown up to be a creepy otaku? No, he probably didn't even remember me. I waited another 3 hours before they finally called my name. It was a different exam room than the one I had seen in 4 years ago. Yet I was welcomed by a face I recognized. He was the very image of a trustworthy older man. He looked older than he probably was. He had a kind expression. That kindness came across in his mannerisms, way of talking. He hadn't changed at all in the 4 years since I had last seen him. I wondered if he had even aged at all. Not that I was even sure how old he was. The desire to beg him for help grew stronger and stronger within me. He was somebody I could count on. He was somebody who would save me. I was so happy to see him again, until I heard the first thing he said.
今日はどうしました？
His voice was soft and gentle and put you at ease, but there wasn't the sense of friendliness I had seen when I came here before. It was like he was talking to me for the first time. I couldn't handle it, so I decided to remind him.
西条です。
ん？ああ、これはご丁寧に。高階です。はじめまして。
He bowed to me. I couldn't say anything. Nice to meet you. That's what he had just said. He had forgotten me. It made sense. It had been 4 years after all. I had thought that he of all people would remember me. I had kind of had that hope, whether it was fair or not. When that hope was shattered, it just made me sadder. It felt like I didn't matter. He looked in my eye as he spoke, but I looked away.
無遊病かどうか調べてほしいと書いてあるが、何かあったのかな？
That's right. That's what I had said on the form. But it didn't matter now, if he didn't even remember me.
別にいいじゃん。先生が覚えてようが覚えてなかろうが関係ないっしょ。最初の目的を忘れちゃダメ。
Oh, right. I hadn't come here to see Dr. Takashina. I had come to prove that I was normal. Seeing him again was just a bonus. What did it matter if he forgot me? If Seirotan hadn't reminded me, I might have broken down right there.
自分でも知らないうちに外に出かけててパソコンで文章打っててそれを全く覚えてないなんてありえますか？
おお。
知り合いからそう指摘されて混乱しちゃって。
その知り合いの人が冗談を言っているっていう可能性はあると思うかい
Yua's eyes had been dead serious. She didn't look like she was teasing me or anything. If nothing else, she certainly seemed to believe what she was saying.
わかりません。
なるほど。ちなみに、その知り合いとはどういう関係だろう？恋人？
はあ？
What was this guy talking about? What did that have to do with anything?
いや、言い方が悪かったかな。じゃあ言い直そう。その知り合いの人は、君が意識もないまま歩き回っているのを実際に目撃したのかな？
Was that what he meant? I shook my head.
じゃあ、証拠はないわけだ。
I shook my head again.
そいつ探偵気取りって いろいろ証拠を突きつけてきて。
うん、そういうことか。ちなみに、これまでにも無遊病の兆候はあったかい？
いえ。
朝目覚めたらいつものベッドじゃなくて違う場所で寝てたっていうことは過去に一度でもあった？
いえ。
じゃあその知り合いに言われたのが初めてっていうことだね。
I nodded weakly before forcing myself to speak.
僕、寝てないんです。
もしかして怖いのかな。でもそんなに深刻になる必要はないよ。
いや、
That wasn't it. That wasn't what I wanted to say. I wasn't sure how to explain it, and I couldn't get my thoughts together in my head. I lost my chance to speak. He scribbled something in his chart before spinning around to turn away from me, and then leaned forward toward the back of the exam room.
葉月くん、ちょっと。
はい。
What? I just got an achievement for making Hazuki wear glasses. I don't know how I did that. I didn't make any choices to make her wear glasses, but I got an achievement for it, for whatever that's worth. A young nurse came over. The doctor showed her my chart, said something softly to her, then she quickly went back further into the room. What was that about? He turned to face me again. Then, in a gentle tone, he explained to me what sleepwalking was. When someone falls asleep, he said, first they enter REM sleep, and then non-REM sleep. REM sleep was when the body was asleep, but the brain was close to fully awake. Non-REM sleep was a deeper sleep, when the brain also rested.
無遊病はノンレム睡眠の時に起きやすいって言われてる。脳が通常の活動をしていないから普通の受け答えとかは成立しにくいけど、ちゃんと返事もするし、階段などを踏み外さずに上り下りすることだってできる。原因としては精神的なストレスを抱えてる時になりやすいんだ。子供に多い症状だけど、成人でもよくある症状なんだよ。これで分かっただろ？深刻になることはないって言った意味が。
はあ。
But I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't sleeping, and yet I was still doing things I didn't remember. The whole time I had been supposedly typing into that chat as Shogun in room 37, I had thought I had been playing ESO. Was that what you would call sleepwalking? I wanted to ask, but the doctor just kept talking.
無遊病かどうかを調べる方法としてはいくつかある。一番手っ取り早いのはここのベッドで寝てもらうことだね。ただ特定条件じゃないと発生しない場合もあるかもしれない。例えば自分のベッドじゃないとダメとか。意識がない状態で出歩くにしても目的もなくふらふらと歩き続けるのか、それとも何らかの脅迫観念があってそれに影響されて何らかの一連の目的を持って出歩いているのか。それに君の精神状態についても特定の条件下じゃないとダメかもしれない。 自宅のベッドの上ならリラックスできるけど、ここじゃリラックスのしようがないわけだ。どうする？とりあえず寝ていってみるかい？
It wouldn't hurt to try. I could make sure I wasn't sleepwalking, and then ask him the question I had come to ask. The nurse, Hazuki, led me to a bed in the back. It wasn't meant for sleeping, so it was hard and uncomfortable. Still, it was better than the sofa I was used to sleeping on.
3時間くらいしたら起こしに行きますから。
This nurse was really cute. I lay on the bed, glancing at her while trying to make sure our eyes didn't meet. She had a somewhat young, helpless-looking face, and the air of someone whose life wasn't really working out the way they wanted it to. Isn't that most people? Still, she went about her work quickly and steadily. She felt like one of the girls from an old H game, one set in a hospital with lots of rape.
できるだけ目は離さないように
You
してい
didn't
ます
have
の
to
で、
go there. You
安
didn't
心
have
して
to
眠
go
ってくだ
there.
さいね。
You didn't have to go there. I'll make sure to keep an eye on you as best as I can, so don't worry about a thing. Just get some sleep. In other words, she would be watching to make sure I didn't get up and start walking around.
それではごゆっくり。
She smiled a little before closing the curtains and leaving. Surrounded by the white curtains, I let out a deep breath. I could hear lots of things. The voice of the doctor as he examined his patients, the other nurses walking around, even the door as it opened and closed. It was pretty hard to relax. Could I really sleep like this? I tried to close my eyes just to see if it would work. The second I did, the Guro images that Shogun sent and the sight of the corpse nailed to the wall came flooding back to me. I forced myself to think of Seiratan instead.
タッキー、外出嫌いなのに病院来るなんてすごい。私前から思ってたんだけどさ、タッキーって実はすごく強い男の子だよね。
Inside my delusion, she was happily bouncing up and down. Next, she whispered to me in a sweet voice.
私、そんなタッキーの強さが好き。それにタッキーは無有病なんかじゃないよ。私毎日タッキーのこと見てるもん。だからわかるさ。三次元女になんか騙されちゃダメだぞ。タッキーには私がいるっしょ。またあのコンテナハウスで二人きりで過ごそうね。ボケナス。
Sarah, you're so cute. Sarah. Sarah was my ideal wife after all. No girl could ever be better than her. 3D. Who cares about 3D? I couldn't wait to go home. Sarah would be waiting for me with a big smile and a welcome home. Just wait, Seiratan. I'll be coming for you.
西条さん、起きてください。時間ですよ。
Seiratan softly put a hand on my chest and gently shook me awake. I always dreamed this day would come. The day when Seiratan and I would live together. Every day she would wake me up wearing nothing but an apron. Then she would give me a good morning kiss.
西条さん。
I slowly opened my eyes. Somebody was looking down at me. Our eyes locked onto each other. It was the nurse, Hazuki. I quickly looked around. I was still in a hospital bed. I guess the part where Seiratan was talking to me was just a dream.
おはようございます。結局3時間ぐっすりでしたね。
It's been 3 hours already. It felt like it had only been 5 minutes. As I rubbed my eyes, Hazuki glanced at me. She was covering her hand with her mouth, seemingly on the verge of bursting out laughing.
セイラさんって彼女さん？ずっと寝言でつぶやいていましたから。
I could feel the blood draining from my face. I had screwed up big time. I had let a normal person hear me talking in my sleep. And I had been saying Seiratan's name of all things. Time to go kill myself.
でも無遊病の症状は結局出ませんでしたよ。
As she spoke, she opened the curtains.
まあ今日はたまたま症状が出なかっただけかもしれないから無遊病でないっていう断定はできないですけど。
No, I'm not a sleepwalker. I needed to ask the question I came here for. I didn't see the doctor. Hazuki offered me a sheet of paper. I looked at it. There were various questions for me to answer.
それはあなたの心理状態を把握するためのチェックシートです。心理テストのようなものね。それを書いてくれたら今日はもう帰っていいって先生が。
先生は？
ごめんなさい。ずっと診察が続いてて。来週まで様子を見て、まだ改善が見られないようならもう一度来てくださいって。
To be fair, he wasn't my personal physician or anything like that. He had probably just given Hazuki, his nurse, instructions for me. Then what was the point of even coming to this hospital? I wanted to ask about the awful possibility that I was being controlled by somebody who wasn't me. But Hazuki looked so apologetic that I didn't have the courage to demand to see the doctor. I decided to just fill out the worksheet she had given me. I would write out the symptoms I was experiencing on the back. I decided. Then I could come back next week to talk to him again.
チェックシートは質問に対してイエスかノーかだけを答える簡単なものですから。当てはまる点があったらイエスにチェックしてくださいね。今後の西條さんの治療に対する参考にしますから、じっくり考えて答えてください。
Hazuki was kind enough to give me a full explanation. Some of the questions on the test were weird, not the sorts of things you would expect to be asked at a hospital. It was almost like one of those online personality quizzes. What would answering these questions tell them? Hazuki was staring at me. She wasn't getting ready to leave. It didn't seem like she just had nothing better to do. She was observing me. No, watching over me. Being watched made me nervous, and so it was hard to think about the questions. But I suppose that was just a nurse's job. I decided to just forget it and fill out the sheet. Oh, we actually have to check it out or something? We actually have to check it out. Okay. When you need to talk to someone, do you prefer to text instead of call? I do, yes. Do you sometimes have tinnitus? We did that one night. Have you ever felt someone's eyes on you and turned around? Yes. Do stationary objects sometimes seem to be moving toward you? Have you ever had a premonition that turned out to be right? Have you ever checked a digital clock and seen the same numbers repeat? Have you cried within the last month? Can you stay focused on just one mental image? Can you fantasize about something with your eyes open? Does the front of an automobile ever look like it frequently? Do you have difficulty going to the bathroom after watching a horror movie? Not a fan of haunted houses. When you start reading a book, do you lose track of time and immerse yourself? Do you think aliens are real? When you look at your horoscope, is it always right? Do you get motion sickness easily? Do you think God exists? Do you have a sixth sense? When you sleep, do you dream in full color? When you are asleep, do you ever understand that you are dreaming? Have you ever experienced partial memory loss? Do you have trouble making eye contact with others? Does the sight of a lemon make your mouth full of saliva? When other people yawn, do you yawn too?
はい、お疲れ様でした。
When I checked off the last few questions, Hazuki spoke to me before I had a chance to say anything to her. I had been really embarrassed having her watch me the whole time. Maybe my face had been red. I quietly handed over the worksheet, trying not to look at her face. I hadn't had time to write my symptoms on the back.
それでは待合室でお待ちください。お薬が出てますから。
薬
I was getting some kind of prescription. The doctor hadn't said a word about that.
ええ、先生の指示で。弱い精神安定剤です。ぐっすり眠れるようになるし、副作用などもありませんよ。
Thanks, Doc. I was appreciative, but also the thought of waiting in that lobby again made me feel miserable. By the time I got back to Shibuya, it was evening. The hospital itself was in the Shibuya ward, but the closest station was Yoyogi. Taking the train was the fastest way to get there and back. The Yamanote line was as crowded as ever, though, and riding just 2 stations was enough to make me feel exhausted. I didn't think I was up for getting on another train, so I decided to walk from Shibuya Station to the base. There were just too many people at the stations. I hated crowds. They always made me feel like I was going to pass out. I didn't want to spend any more time there than I had to, so I quickly tried to get across Scramble Crossing. That area was so packed, it was hard to even walk in a straight line. If you didn't keep a steady forward pace, you would run into the people walking beside you or get hit from behind. There were also people blocking your path, trying to hand you packs of tissues with ads on them. They would even force them into your pocket. I ignored the first one, but the second was a cute lady, so I took some from her. These tissue people were just the worst. They shouldn't have been allowed to stand in the middle of the sidewalk like that. I took the tissues anyway, though, since they were free. I looked at the tissues I had been given. This pack came with a small flyer with white text on a red background. It was a pretty weird color combination, kind of spooky. It wasn't a combination you saw often, that much I was sure of. I read the flyer as I walked along. There's a shortage of type B blood. There is currently a serious shortage of type B blood in Shibuya. We may no longer be able to deliver blood to all the patients that need it, and people may die. Without your blood donation, he will not survive. Please come to the blood donation center. It was a flyer for a blood donation service. As I looked at it, I thought back to the worksheet I had been given at the hospital. I hadn't seen anything like it when I had gone there 4 years ago. Maybe it was some kind of diagnostic that had only gotten popular over the last few years. But still, I felt like I had seen it before. Deja vu. Again. It felt like it was happening all the time lately. It was really creepy when your body and mind refused to do what you wanted them to. So, I tried to dig through my memories to find out what was going on with this deja vu. My mother used to take me to the hospital about once a week. No matter what they asked, I would never respond. I would just move my head up and down or side to side. At first, they saw me in a normal exam room, but when I showed no signs of recovery, they started sending me someplace different. The other place was some kind of counseling room. It had a sofa and lots of stuffed animals, and seemed to have been decorated with the aim of putting the patient at ease. Dr. Takashina never blamed anybody. He just kept trying to make me better. He was the only one who figured out that I could speak, but just didn't want to say anything. My mother would always talk to me in a deliberately chipper voice. Dr. Takashina would always welcome me with a bright smile. The nurses were always kind too, and it felt to me like there had always been somebody else in that room. Right, he was always wearing a dark black suit. It was a weird outfit to see in a hospital. He was just as quiet as I was. I don't think I ever heard him talk. I never did figure out who he was. He didn't feel like a doctor. He always just stood off to the side, looking out the window. I always called him Mr. Nozomi. He had never actually given me his name, though.
のぞみ
The man in the suit always wore a small badge. It read Nozomi. It looked like a logo of some kind, so it probably wasn't a name tag. Yeah, the worksheet had the Nozomi logo on it, too. No wonder I thought I had seen it somewhere before. I felt a little better now that the mystery was solved. What was Nozomi, though? It was clearly the name of some kind of company.
のぞみさんっていう美人女社長が設立したカウンターテロ組織とかへへ漫画みたいだ
When I got back to the base, I ran a search for Nozomi. It was just a common word that meant wish in Japanese, too, so there were a lot of results to narrow down. Thinking back, the logical assumption was that Mr. Nozomi worked for a company that made those worksheets, and was a salesman that had been visiting the hospital. Sometime recently, he had finally managed to sell the hospital on using the sheets, and today I had been asked to fill one of them out. No. Wait. That was impossible. I had never heard of a salesman or somebody on the outside being allowed to sit in on a patient's sessions. Just who was that guy? Crap. Now I had another nagging memory to deal with. At least I had figured out where the deja vu was coming from. I decided that next week I would ask the doctor about my memories. Until then, I would forget about school and just stay in my room. I couldn't go to school if there was someone there trying to hurt me. I didn't want to break my schedule, but it wouldn't do me any good if I was dead. I gave up on my search for Nozomi and went to @channel to see if there were any interesting threads. It's the new generation madness and I can't bear it. The news board was filled with nothing but new generation madness threads. I guess that's supposed to be the people who've died so far. The group died, the pregnant man, the crucified. So there hasn't been a fourth death yet, I guess. Even the ESO board had to recreate the new Jin murders in ESO thread going. I was getting sick of it. When I logged into ESO, Grim was there. Chan's news boards have been boring as hell lately. It's all new Jin crap. Well, it's the biggest story right now. Every time there's a new case, it's a big festival. Everybody goes crazy. Why do we have the exam results right here? I don't remember getting that, but okay. Festival, a state of extreme excitement on Chan with countless threads being started and quickly filled to capacity. But we've read everything else right so far, right? Yeah. 142, that's the newest highest number. Your delusion level is extremely high. In fact, without delusions, you probably could not survive. We can assume that not only are you in love with a 2D character, you've actually thought about how nice it would be if you could go inside your monitor. The real world will never satisfy you. It is too late. There's no need to feel guilty about this at all, however. Dedicate yourself to your delusions and live inside your imagination. No matter what others may think, as long as you're happy, that's enough. Focus on living a healthy lifestyle, avoiding illness and eating good food. Forget about the pain of reality and focus on a sweet, happy, delusional life. Your delusions will never betray you. Takumi's comment. Did you know? If you stay a virgin until you're 30, you can become a wizard. That's because the 3D world is dirty and filled with trash. Everybody knows that imaginary girlfriends are the best girlfriends. They haven't caught the killer yet. Well, you know, the cops are morons. Some idiots have even decided it's actually a cute moe girl. That demon girl. Visions of the dark eyes of the girl I had seen during the crucifixion killing came back to me, and I shivered. I didn't want to remember it at all, but the slightest little thing and the memories came flooding back. I had seen the killer's face. I knew who she was. Should I have told the cops? But I didn't want to get involved. Demon Girl, is that the latest variation? That's going a little too far. Anyway, New Gen is just fascinating stuff. I joined a New Gen community on Furpara. You're getting too into it. The only ones in our guild who aren't into it are you and Big Sis Geichi. Seriously? If that was true, then I wouldn't be able to keep up with the discussion in our chat channel. New Gen's just really messed up stuff. It's crazy to read about. I knew you were into Guru stuff. But don't tell me you're the kind of guy who wants to see art in his murders. That crucified corpse was such a mess. I had thought it was some kind of art piece for a minute. If you wanted to call it artwork, I guess you could. No, it would be better if they had some
Tori
perverted...
the Third said, "Hello, I am temporarily back." Stream
Welcome back,
Elements
friend. Welcome
said,
back.
"Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
For the record, friend, we figured out what was up with the girl. Apparently she thought we had something to do with these murders, and that's why she was sucking up to us. She's trying to be a Nancy Drew and trying to figure it out. That's what was going on. It's like the ultimate kind of S&M. This guy's a goner. Somebody needs to do something about him. Once you lose your virginity, you'll understand. So you're telling me you're not a virgin? You trader ores. Anyway, there's all kinds of stuff on the aggregator sites. Take a look sometime. Ores. An emoji that shows a person dropped on
Tori
all
the
fours
Third
in a depressed
said,
state.
"That's strange you think someone is a murderer, so you get alone with them."
Yeah, I don't know. I think she was just trying to get evidence or something. I mean, she did find that one weird stakey thing that we had dropped that we found on the street. So I don't know. Apparently, we are also potentially schizophrenic because apparently we've been typing messages to ourselves under different studio names and not remembering it. So there's a chance we actually are the murderer and we're just crazy. The O is the head, the R is the hands and torso, and the Z is the legs, usually used to indicate depression, failure, or giving up. The phrase has no set pronunciation, with some people pronouncing it as ors, others orse, and others calling it the depression slump. Okay, yeah, I see what they're saying with the O, the head. Okay. Oop. I da 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 da. I didn't want to look at them. They scared me. I wanted to run away from the fact that I had been at the murder scene, which is how I got the Crossy thing. He didn't actually commit it. We've seen who's committed the murders, or at least one of them anyways. We don't know if there's multiple people, but that's why I cut myself off from all information about Nugent. That was how I had hoped I could convince myself that was all just a delusion. But in ESO, I was practically a god. It wasn't enough to be strong. I had to know everything, especially since I was kind of a leader in the guild. If I was supposed to be the leader, but I couldn't even keep up with what everyone was talking about, it would be just embarrassing. I had to avoid that. I went to the address that Grimm gave me. The top banner read New Gen Aggregator in big letters. Aggregator sites were a kind of wiki where any number of people could add information to articles about a certain topic. Wiki. A system which lets anyone write hypertext on a web server using a web browser. A New Gen aggregator site would have information about New Gen, constantly updated by different users. Some of that information wasn't trustworthy in the slightest, and sometimes there were trolls, but if you wanted an easy way to get a handle on the basic facts of something, it was good. There were always tons of links for one thing. I decided to start with an article called The Case So Far. My pulse started to quicken. Just reading the site was enough to make me nervous. I could feel the sweat forming on my hands. The first case, the one they called Group Dive, was when a group of 5 boys and girls from a high school had all jumped off a building. The earthquake 2 months ago, 3 bizarre incidents in a row, body nailed to concrete wall, neighbor heard sound of nail being pounded in, different killer for each, crucified Prego man, group dive, victim was 56-year-old college professor. It happened on September 7th, about a month ago. It was in the middle of the night at a place called Shibuya Cornelius Tower. The 5 had jumped off the building's helipad and died instantly on impact. The autopsy showed that each of them had DNA belonging to someone else under their nails, and there were scratch marks found too. It was theorized from this that the 5 of them must have jumped off while holding hands. There was no sign of any kind of suicide note left on the roof. Below the summary was some information added by some internet detective. These types were often referred to as snakes, who had actually gone to Cornelius Tower. Snake. the name of a protagonist from a popular series of stealth action games. Online, the word was used to refer to people who would perform anonymous or top-secret investigations for the benefit of netizens. Sometimes this was referred to as going snaking. Solid snaking. Yeah, I get you. According to him, the roof was off limits to visitors, and the door to it was kept locked at all times. Of course, it was locked at the time of the jump, too. None of the deceased had a key on their bodies when they had been found. This meant that the helipad was, in a way, a locked room, like you saw in murder mysteries. There was nothing to suggest how the 5 of them had gotten up there. It was entirely like that someone else had been there, entirely likely that someone else had been there as well. In the second case, the pregnant man happened on September 19th, around 12 days after the first. Early in the morning, near a Shibuya Station underpass, a college student was walking home from karaoke when they had found a blood-stained man collapsed on the ground. The collapsed man was a university student who lived in Shibuya Ward named Chizuo Kunoe. He was dead when he was found, but he had an unnatural bulge in his stomach. The autopsy showed that someone had opened up his chest, shoved a newborn baby into his stomach, and then sewn him back up. God damn, bro. God damn. In addition, DNA analysis has shown that there
Tori the
was...
Third said, "What?"
Yeah, you heard that right. He got cut open, had a newborn baby shoved in his chest. Yeah, this game is wild and sometimes, yeah, I don't know. In addition, DNA analysis has shown that there was no relation between the baby and the man. He was, according to reports, unmarried and had no girlfriend. I hope they found the parents of the baby, because whoever's parents that is, I hope they at least know their baby's gone, because not knowing is rough. The rest of it was internet speculation, but the baby appeared to be in the 32nd week of pregnancy, which would mean it was probably removed from the mother by C-section. So it was like newly born, like new, like brand spanking new. Who the mother
Tori the
was, though,
Third said, "Where did the baby come from?
that is
Maybe
the
it's the
question.
murderers."
That is the question, isn't it? Who the mother was, though, or where she was, or what she was doing, or even if she was alive or dead, none of that was known. So they have no idea. It was possible that the cops knew, but if they did, they weren't talking. I looked away from the monitor, feeling like I was about to throw up. This was disgusting. The killer was insane. I knew that for sure. And it was also possible that girl had been behind these horrible murders. Well, Japan's screwed. I took a moment to gaze at my beautiful Seira-tan. Looking at her helped calm me down. I thought about taking the sedatives the doctor had given me, but for now, Seira-tan was good enough. Still, though, I had to do it to keep up Nightheart's reputation as a leader, but reading these hurt.
そんなに辛いならさ、読まなくていいって。タッキーがド M ってんなら別に止めないけど、辛そうなタッキーは見てられないさ。もうやめよう。楽しいことだけしてようよ。
Yeah, like I said, this guy is clearly off his rocker.
いつもみたく私にハーハーしてもいいからさ。
Seira-tan was such a nice girl. She was my only true ally, my wife. I put my elbow on the table and rested my head in my hand, taking deep breaths as I stared at Sarah Tan's smile. I felt so much better. Maybe I could read a little more if I took breaks to glance over at Sarah Tan. I decided to give it a try. Why had these two seemingly separate incidents both been given the label New Generation? That's what I'm wondering. Like, they don't seem related at all, honestly, other than the fact that they're bizarre. That's kind of what I'm wondering. The group dive was treated as just a suicide at first, but after the pregnant man case, the net started taking another look at the group dive and found out how many strange elements there were to the case. Speculation began that it was actually a murder, not a suicide. Supposedly, the parents of the dead kids and their friends all
Tori
said,
said, I will be back in a bit.
"Stay safe, friends, stay safe." All said there was no way they could have killed themselves, since both the cases were in Shibuya, a traditional center for young people. The news started calling it the madness created by the new generation of youth, and then simply the new generation madness. The name stuck. And then there was the third case, the crucified murder, they were calling it. That was the one I had seen. The aggregator site didn't have much information on the case because it was so new. The murdered man was Hisa Oda, a 56-year-old college professor. He had been nailed with stakes to the concrete wall of an empty house. Starting at 8 p.m., the estimated time of the crime, neighbors heard what sounded like something hammering a nail. The sound lasted for approximately an hour. I had heard that sound too. I could still hear it. It was an awful sound. For what it was worth, no connection had been found between it and the group dive or the pregnant man. But after 3 bizarre incidents in the same city of Shibuya, everyone naturally treated the crucified murder as the third part of the new generation madness. The media and police were saying that all 3 were committed by different individuals, but the position, or rather hope, of most people online was that it was a single person, or, failing that, a single group. There were some bizarre theories involving the occult going around too, and some people were saying New Gen got its start in the earthquake 2 months ago. 2 months ago, there had been an Intensity 3 earthquake in Shibuya. An Intensity 3 quake was small enough that you could be walking down the street and not feel it. But despite the small size of the quake, it had made the news because 8 people had died. Looking back, it was true that the New Gen incident had started after the earthquake. So the proponents of the occult theory were saying that the 8 deaths in the earthquake could be counted as the first New Gen case. Sometimes they would get into arguments with the more mainstream New Gen theorists. No matter who was behind it, it was bizarre that 3 such incidents could happen without a single clue as to who was behind it. A lot of people online were eagerly awaiting a 4th incident, too. If I wasn't directly involved, I might have been all WKTK myself, participating in the festival and eagerly waiting for a 4th incident, too. Damn it. They were all having so much fun when I was feeling miserable.
犯人を早く捕まえてくれよ。
It had been over a week since Crucified, and there had been nothing from the Demon Girl or the police. If they knew I was there, at a minimum the police would have come to talk to me, but there was no sign of them. It looked like I was going to be able to stay out of this, to not get involved.
あなたには予知能力がありますか？
Yua's words flashed through my
予知
mind.
能力があるって思わなきゃ納得できないような画像データをあなたが持っていたから。
Just when I was about to finally relax, I suddenly found myself feeling awful again. The photos that Shogun had sent me, they were still stored on my computer. Everything Yua had said was just a figment of her own delusions. It was crazy. It wasn't even a real theory. Okay, I've got a question though, because Shogun sent a whole bunch of pictures. Which picture did we click on? Did we click on picture like 3? Because if we clicked on picture 3 and that showed the future of that murder, are all those other pictures they sent future murders? This feels like something this character should be looking into, but he's too apparently stupid to think about that. I hadn't been able to ask about it at the hospital, but there was no way I could have been someplace else while I was awake, doing something I didn't remember. It was impossible. It had never happened before, for one thing. Those Guro photos had to be fake.
だったらさ、
If you think they are,
合成だって証拠を見つけちゃえばいいさ。
I'm going to be perfectly honest here, guys. I'm going to be perfectly honest with this scene, with this
Tori
hallucination
the
here.
third said, "Okay, I am back. I had to help my dad."
I hope your dad's doing okay. It's important to help family. It is important. But I'm going to be honest, every time this chick keeps popping up, I keep getting severely distracted by her nipples. Why are they so prominent? Is that just me? It's very distracting. I'm getting very distracted.
あの画像
Anyway,
解析しちゃおうよ。
I'm analyzing an image right now. They're creepy. I don't really want to look at them.
あの女を論破しちゃえば、タッキーはもう怯えることなく平穏な生活に戻れるんだよ。
I mean, her outfit almost looks like she's wearing a shirt, but then she's just opening up the shirt to show off her bra. That's what the outfit feels like. It feels wrong somehow. Like, kind of nice, but kind of wrong. Like, I don't know.
やるしかないっしょ。
Yua seemed convinced that I was the one behind Crucified, but that was impossible. I had seen the person who had actually done it. I couldn't let her blame me for the crime. I gulped and double-clicked to open the folder where my cache was stored. Okay, so what, we're actually going to look through the photos now? Okay, so we're apparently... No. Yasuji Ban entered the big conference hall at the Shibuya police station for the first time in 3 days. No, we're moving on to someone else, okay. The conference for what was being called the Maruyama Cho crucifixion murder had already begun, and some of the officers were glaring at him for being late. Ban forced a weak smile at them before sitting down. Telling them he had been in the toilet, throwing up, didn't seem like it would suit the current mood of the room. They had assembled a task force to handle the Maruyama crucifixion murder the morning after the incident. Between the Cornelius Tower Group suicide and the Shibuya Station area baby murder cases, the police force was already stretched thin. So even Ban, a nobody lieutenant from Section 1 of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police, had been sent in to help out the Shibuya ward cops. Since all 3 cases had happened in the jurisdiction of the Shibuya police, there was now a highly unusual situation. 3 different special task forces at a single station. Because of this, the team had to take turns scheduling their day in the big conference room. Since the media kept calling it the New Generation Madness, there was a rumor going around that they were going to resolve the shortage of officers by bringing all 3 together under a New Gen Special Task Force. All of the officers thought it was a stupid idea, but that didn't mean it wouldn't happen.
警部補君の報告を
If anything, the fact that it's a stupid idea probably means it's going to happen because the government loves stupid ideas. Captain Matsunaga was Ban's boss and the leader of the task force. He glanced sharply at Ban, but Ban didn't notice. He took a deep breath while waving a paper fan at his face.
警部補バン警部補聞いているのか
呼ばれてるっすよ。
Oh, it's that guy.
バンさんの報告待ちなんすから。ちょっと。
It's that guy that was at the school that we saw briefly, and we noticed it was weird he was wearing a suit. Okay. Only when Ban's partner, a rookie detective named Suwa, whispered to him did he realize he was being called on.
すんません報告は諏訪から
自分っすか？
俺がいなくても報告しとけって言っといたろうが早くしろ
After a sharp elbow from his older partner, Suwa sighed and stood up.
犯行現場近くの監視カメラの解析がようやく出ました。犯行時間に不審な人物が映ってました。
Testing. Oh, wait, how long? The detectives from the Shibuya police all began to scribble down notes, careful not to miss anything he said. They were desperate to solve this case. There had been 2 brutal murders. The group dive was still classified as a suicide in the span of a single month in their district. They needed to catch the person responsible, and now, even if it meant dropping their usual stoic demeanor,
プロジェクターに映像を出します。
Suwa put up an image on the projector screen, just like Ban had told him to do before they had started. It showed a narrow, dirty back alley in Maru Yamacho. It was night, and there were few lights, so it was hard to see much of anything at all.
犯行現場から約50メートル離れたところにあるコインパーキングの監視カメラです。
The parking lot was a tiny one, with no more than 2 spaces. It was located on a tiny strip of land crammed between buildings. From here you couldn't see the crime scene. You could barely see the road in front of it. It showed the road a street away from where the killing took place. There was no audio on it either. The footage had a timestamp in the bottom right. It read 21:34.
犯行現場近隣の住民の証言により、21時過ぎから21時半頃まで釘を打ちつける音がしていたというのはご承知の通りだと思いますが、この映像は21時34分、つまりまさに犯行時間直後ということになります。不審人物が映っているのは21時34分53秒からおよそ6秒間です。駐車場の前の道を奥から手前へと走り抜けていきます。
Just then, a person appeared on the screen. They were running toward the camera in a clearly disturbed manner. The camera's resolution was low enough that it was hard to immediately tell if the person was male or female, but Ban had already spoken to the science lab and had them analyze it.
科捜研で解析した結果、写っている人物は男。年齢は10代後半から20代とのことっす。です。人相の判別までは無理でした。服装がかなり特徴的ですが、これは小島にある私立水明学園の男子制服と分かりました。それと右手に注目してもらいたいんですが、
The image changed to a close-up of the person's hand. It was holding something.
スローで再生するとわかるが、走りながら腕を振っている際、この握りしめている何かが駐車場の照明に反射して光を放ってるんだな、これが。
When it was time to reveal the big discovery, Ban took over.
形状からして犯行に使われた十字架型の杭である可能性がある。
The killer behind the crucified murder might be a teenager. That was a shock. Maybe the media's new generation madness was more than just a catchy slogan.
最も犯人に近い人物がこの少年だということか。
そういうことになりますね。
Ban stroked his unshaven chin. It was a habit of his. Whenever he got a step closer to finding a criminal, he would run his fingers through the stubble and enjoy his victory.
以上です。
Sua sighed and sat down.
ひどいっすよ先輩。美味しいところ持ってって。
Ban ignored Sua's complaints and stared at the image of the teenage boy on the projector.
ようやく尻尾を出したんだ。そいつを掴んで離さねえようにしないとな。
Now I'm kind of curious, since we know he's not all there, if he actually did see that girl, or if that was a figment of his imagination, and if he actually did do the murder. I found the image Shogun sent me in my cache folder. It was a JPG numbered 168491. There was still a big part of me that didn't want to look at it. I mean, it was disgusting. If I looked at it, I was sure to remember the scene as it was in the real world. No, but if I was going to prove you were wrong and prove my innocence and that I was safe, I would need proof. Sarah Tan was here to help too. I could handle a little gore. I worked up my courage and double-clicked on the file to open it. Yeah, it was gory, all right.
Tori the Third said, "My chat is broken."
Your chat is broken. What do you mean by that, friend? That doesn't sound very good. That doesn't sound very good at all. Compared to what I had seen in the real world, it wasn't that bad. And it was a fake too, right? I could handle it. The first time I had looked at it, I had only taken a quick glance before closing it. I hadn't looked at the whole image from top to bottom. This time I was able to take a closer look, even if I had to suppress the urge to vomit. I didn't know how to tell if an image was fake. Did you look at the direction of the shadows, the background,
Tori the
things like
Third
that?
said, "Oh wait, it is fixed."
Well, as long as it's fixed, that's good. I don't know what happened, but hopefully it's fixed for good. And it doesn't happen again. Fingers crossed, knocking on wood. And see if anything was wrong. It seemed to me the most likely possibility was that they had taken a photo of the alley first, and then added in the staked corpse later. And then the day after Shogun sent this to me, they had carried out the murder just like in the photo. Because of the darkness and the low resolution of the photo, I couldn't tell much about the body. Only the stakes were clearly visible. The light was focused on the area surrounding the corpse, as if that was the only thing they wanted the viewer to see. It felt like whoever had taken the picture had framed it like that deliberately. There was no way the light shining right on the body and nowhere else was a coincidence. Or maybe it was a coincidence. I hadn't gotten a clear look at the scene when I was there for real, so I couldn't say for sure. The demon girl wasn't in the
Stream
picture,
Elements said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
but if you stared at the picture until you thought your eyes would bleed, you could
Tori
make
the
out.
Third said, "I am waiting for another streamer to start streaming, so I might leave soon."
That is perfectly fine, friend. If we're being perfectly honest, unless someone redeems the redeem, we are going to be ending in 4 minutes, so you could make out what looked like a person in the darkness on the left edge. I had almost missed it. Between the low resolution and how they were standing in the shadows, they were almost impossible to spot. On my first glance, I missed them completely. I don't see anybody. Do you guys see anybody? I don't see anybody. Yeah, I don't see anybody. This was a doctored photo, or it should have been, so maybe the person who took it let themselves get photographed by accident and forgot to delete it when they added it in the corpse. They were wearing a Suime uniform. It must have been that demon girl then. She wore one too. But the person in the photo seemed to have short hair. The demon girl had long hair. So did Yua. I decided to use the image processing software to make it easier to see. I booted up the software and dragged the image on top of it. Then I gulped before going to the level adjustment slider in the menu. I made the photo brighter and... Oh. What was this? The person in the photo. The person in the photo was, without question, why me? This made no sense. I had never even been there until September 29th. This was fake, too. It had to be. I couldn't find any evidence of it at all. But it was definitely fake. It had to be. Shogun had sent it to me on the 28th, and the crucified killing had happened on the 29th. If this photo showed what happened on the 29th, it would be a photo of the future.
あなたには予知能力がありますか？
What the hell is going on, guys? I don't know what's going on anymore. Even if... Okay, if he could see the future, and he's not aware he could see the future, and he could somehow take a picture of the future, I guess he sent it to himself a day in the future? I don't know. I kicked an empty plastic bottle at my feet and shut down the image program.
Tori the Third said, "Well, Steins Gate is about time travel, Sue."
That is true. It is about time travel. They send messages in the past, not images. And the character is a lot more mentally stable. I opened up the properties menu to see when this JPG file was created, and then I guessed. It had been created on the 28th, but that didn't matter now. There was something written in the comments section of the properties window. That's what my eyes were glued to. I'm starting to sense a theme. I am starting to sense a theme. Whose eyes are these? Who is looking at us? I slammed my fingers down on the keyboard before pushing it to the side of the desk and cradling my head in my hands.
セーラ助けて
And it is 1800, so unless somebody redeems the redeem for making me go another hour, we are going to leave this very mentally ill young man in the middle of a breakdown until tomorrow. So, yeah, I'm not completely
Tori
sure
the
what the hell's
Third
going on.
said, bye.
I'm not completely sure what the hell's going on, but something's going on. Okay, so let's see. On VStream, do we have anybody we want to raid? Let's see. Over here on VStream, open up Discord. We don't have as many friends on VStream, unfortunately. Oh, have we raided Malaya today? This month? I don't think we have, because she's not normally on long enough. And she's still not on. Okay. She was on, but then she's no longer on, so never mind. Doesn't look like anybody I know on VStream, so VStream, if you know about somebody, feel free to shout out. Otherwise, no raid on VStream. Let's go over here and check on Twitch. Yes, we have somebody on Twitch. So feel free to join us in the raid friends on Twitch. Feel free to copy the raid message. Maybe I will see you guys tomorrow for continuation of this story, even if we have no idea what's going on. Maybe we'll figure it out at some point. Maybe. Stay safe, friends.